will begin shortly. I hope all the paper presenters of this session are present here. Ms. Chinnu Chandran, Ms. Hima S., Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal, Ms. Reshma Mariam Jacob and Ms. Linda P. Joseph. Ms. Chinnu Chandran, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Hima S. Ms. Hima S. from St. Thomas College, Trishur. Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal, are you there? Can you hear me, Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal? Ms. Reshma Mariam Jacob? Ms. Linda P. Joseph?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, please make sure to join the session. Indulal sir, shall I start the session?
Yes, Gina, you can.
Okay. A gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Good morning, everybody. I am Gina Johnson, second MA English Literature student of SD College, Alapura, and I welcome you all to the technical session 1 of the 2-day virtual international conference on gender studies post 1990s, technological encounters and narratives of empowerment, organized by the PG Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alapura, in collaboration with Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. In this session, we will have presentation of various papers on the thrust areas of gender studies that we have received from the faculties and students from across the world that we are sure to enrich our knowledge. We have with us on the chair Sri R. Intulal, former Associate Professor, Department of English, SD College, Alapura. The 5 paper presenters of the session are Ms. Chinnu Chandran P., Assistant Professor, Department of English, SN College, Kollam; Ms. Hima S., Research Scholar, St. Thomas College, Trishur; Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal, Research Scholars, Sociology Department, Mumbai University; Ms. Reshma Mariam Jacob, JRF Research Scholar at All Saints College, Trivandrum; and finally, Ms. Linda P. Joseph, Assistant Professor, Karma College, Mala, Trishur. I request all the participants to kindly turn off their audio and video to ensure better quality. Remember that each presentation will be for about 5 to 7 minutes to avoid overstepping the time limit. Please note that there will be an interactive session after the presentation, so all are requested to stay till the end. Your questions can be posted in the comment section, and please don't forget to mention the name of the paper presenter to whom you're asking the question. Once again, I welcome you all to this session. Now I invite the chair of this session, Sri R. Intulal, to make the introductory remarks and initiate the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Gina. At the very outset, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of English, SD College Alapura, and also Shivaji University for this wonderful online seminar, which discusses various aspects of gender studies, women's problems, and so on, especially in the post-1990s scenario. I have a list of 5 paper presenters here who are discussing varied topics, starting from subversive humor to prison narratives and disability studies. We know in the post-1990s, gender studies faced a couple of problems. Like, for example, people were arguing that feminism until the 1990s was largely addressing a kind of monolithic object called woman. Whereas in the 1990s and later, we started talking about women as a plural subjectivity. There are many types of women in the world, like maybe working class women, women coming from the Western world, or women coming from the East, women coming from various nationalities, from various social and political, spaces, and so on. So we have this pluralization of womanhood, which is a challenge in the 1990s gender studies world. That's a very important aspect of gender studies in the current scenario. Another thing that maybe gender studies has to discuss at this point of time is the coming of the advent of technology and how it affected the role of women and also the visibility of women in the modern world. Women have become increasingly visible after the 1990s because of the coming of modern media, because of the kind of revolution that happened in social communication and so on. Women have become more and more visible. But it's time for us to sit back and wonder whether this increased visibility has not actually helped in making them more and more invisible in another way. Some women have become more visible, but most of the women are now subjected to a kind of, let us say, cyber invisibility, or whenever they are visible, they are what some critics have called bitchified. There is increasing bitchification in the cyber world. And technology has, in that sense, enhanced women's empowerment in a certain sense, but it has also affected women's empowerment in a certain other sense. So this very contradictory nature of technology is something that we will definitely have to discuss in great detail. Now, another thing that we have to remember in this context is definitely the way in which gender studies and women's studies in general are no longer getting the kind of support that it should be getting. If you notice, you can see that there are many governments in the world that are now thinking of withdrawing the departments of women's studies from the universities. Very recently, the government of Hungary, I think it was 2 years back, the government of Hungary decided to denotify their women's studies departments, take away their power from them. And with the almost cessation of the working of the UGC as a funding agency, women's studies centers in India, for example, are also suffering from a dearth of financing, and also, therefore, definitely support, government support. So you can see how gender studies and women's studies in general are also facing a kind of crisis even in the academic world. And the very existence of women's studies and gender studies, both these disciplines in the academia, is now facing a threat to a certain extent. And that is, in a way, a new kind of post-feminism in action. And I think we have to take stock of the situation very much. Now, I'm not going to take more time. Instead, I'll come to the presentations themselves. You can see that the presentations today vary from the concept of humor, which of course is discussing stand-up comedy in India. That's a very interesting topic as far as I'm concerned, because there was a question at the beginning of feminism, which most anti-feminists used to ask, most patriarchal academicians used to ask, do women laugh, or are feminists actually humorless? That was a question which was prominently asked at the beginning of feminism. Now, women can laugh and make other people laugh, and that is probably the subversive aspect of humor that you are going to listen to when that paper is presented. And you also have a paper on prison narrative, which discusses Mayada, a wonderful narrative of a woman inside a prison. And there is definitely a kind of journey narrative which talks about the woman's journey as a self-discovery, and another which talks about disability and the way in which disability affects women, especially in her social and physical existence. Now, these papers are definitely going to open up various roles that women have to play in society, and also open up the ways in which women still continue to struggle in a world that persistently continues to be patriarchal in character. And in a way, these are all new modes of struggle that are opened up almost on a daily basis across the world against the overarching power of patriarchy. Let's go to the presentations themselves. The first presenter is Chinnu Chandran. Ms. Chinnu Chandran will talk about incarcerated souls, representation of women's prison in Jean Zasson's Mayada, Daughter of Iraq, which is a prison narrative. Over to Chinnu Chandran for her presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indulal sir. A warm good afternoon to all. Let me repeat the title of my presentation: Incarcerated Souls, Representation of Women Prison in Jean Zasson's Maida, Daughter of Iraq. Books describing the horrors, tribulations, and the internal geographies of behavior by the prisoners usually often shock the sensibilities of millions of people outside the prison walls. Prison literature is a distinct literary phenomenon in that it is written by the author while he or she is confined in a space against the will, such as prisons, jail, or house arrest. It can be about the existence in prison, informed by it, or simply written while in prison. The depiction of the brutalities of life behind the bars poses an important and interesting question about the society in which these writers lived in, and these prison writings potentially challenge perversions in the political domain of the nation, because what happens inside the walls reflects the society outside. The prison narratives of women involve text produced and written by female prisoners and prison activists. These writings almost always provide insights into situations such as poverty, abuses, and political anarchy about their society, as also their survival strategies. The picture of prison depicted in literature and in the minds of people has been male-oriented. The realm of female incarceration is different from that of male and is closely tied up with gender role expectations of family and sexuality. Jean Sassoon's retelling of prison experience of Maida al-Askari, a Baghdad journalist titled Maida, Daughter of Iraq, deals with her trials and tribulations along with her prison mates at the hands of male sadistic guards and interrogators in Baladiat prison, the headquarters of Saddam Hussein's secret police. Maida, who owns a print shop, had been charged with treason for printing leaflets against the government. She was detained and locked into cell number 52, occupied by other 17 women, whom she calls shadow women. Her narrative on prison goes beyond individual stories to constitute a testimony to those of friends and comrades in prison. The deplorable condition of women in the prisons of Iraq finds a shocking revelation in the biography. Their condition is so pathetic that one of the shadow women goes to the extent of saying that even dogs in Iraq were treated better than individual stories to constitute women's testimony to the women of prisoners were tortured to the core by the male interrogators. The deplorable condition of women in the prisons of systematic use of finds a shocking revelation, chopping of the body parts. Their condition is so fiction where the common treatments meted out to women in Baladiat prison. All women encounter the dread of rape and abuse that may happen at any time in such insecure ambience of the prison. The most attractive women were raped repeatedly by many different men in prison. When the guards grow bored of the same methods of punishment, they where the common treatments meted out to women in Baladiat feigned execution is one of the crimes that satiated their appetite for rape and abuse. The biography of Sassoon reveals the truth about living in Iraq through the eyes of these women were raped prison cells by many. It also captures the cruelties of Saddam when the guards grow bored of the tyrannical regime of punishment, where the common calls the country's long nightmare that make the space a living hell on earth. The plight of the cellmate serves as a painful reminder of how many innocent lives were cut short by the dictator regime of Saddam and his Ba'ath Party. My paper throws light on the legitimacy of the penal system and the criminal justice institutions in the countries like Iraq and how they manipulate and reconstruct penal situations according to the whims and fancies of the tyrannical leaders. The penal system is controlled and monitored in these countries by the policies and ideologies of the state apparatus, where the head of the correctional institutions are appointed by the tyrannical authorities, confirming that they share the same ideological views of those in power. Here, the entire prison administrative system, which includes the prison officials, guards, wardens, directs and manages all the system, transmitting the ideological beliefs of the male dictator into practice by employing the strategy of repression. Repression comes from the attitude of gaining power by exerting dominance over someone or for the authoritative interest which contributes to the human rights violations. The dismal truth was that every prisoner in Baladiat was physically tortured at one time or another. As individuals, these women were defenseless against the cruel men in Baladiat, but together they emerged as a great comforting force, whose concerted love and care proved so powerful that they could coax one another back from the black door that led to death. The cramped existence together in a cell under filthy, primitive, and terrifying conditions could never destroy the sweet-tempered solidarity among the inmates, a survival strategy they adopted to fight against crisis. These women's will and struggle to survive were boosted by their very thought about reunion with the family. They were ready to bear the physical scars of their torture session because they could never rid the memories of their beloved. The new bodies of academic studies on prison narratives focus on the defensive mechanism and the resistance binary performed by women in prison, proving that they are not mere victims in need of protection, but capable of resisting the subordination. Jean Zassin, through the depiction of women prisoners, makes the readers understand what it meant to be a woman in a male-dominated society like Iraq, which had been turned into a big cage by Saddam Hussein's dictatorial regime. The prison narratives written by women improve our understanding of the prison experiences, as it also lifts the readers to a deeper understanding of how female prisoners make of their carceral experience through writing. The reader thus acquire a sense of the inside world of prisons, thereby gaining an insight into the emotions, thoughts, and feelings of the incarcerated. The readers also acquire a detailed understanding of the society which exists outside the prison walls and how that outside world affect and reshape the world of the inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinu, for that presentation of uh, the book Mayada, the Daughter of Iraq by Zhong Zazan. She has talked about how the prison experience, especially the experience that a woman has within the male-dominated society and also under a despot like Saddam Hussein, how this gives us an insight into the way women experience patriarchy and also women experience dictatorship. Now, a dictatorship is an extreme case of patriarchy in a sense, and therefore this is definitely a typical female experience that Mayada's experience talks about. So Sasan is giving us that kind of an experience. Now, what exactly, Chinu, can you please explain what exactly is the role of men in this prison, and how does that reflect upon patriarchy, as you might understand prison as a patriarchal institution?
Yes, sir. My paper that investigates the intricacies of gender and sexual violence that is prevalent in the prison system especially in all Middle Eastern countries like Iran, Iraq. It is ubiquitous. It making the space an institution of trauma, especially by the male interrogators. Almost all women prisons in these Middle Eastern countries like Iran and Iraq, the jail authorities are of men, and they are the one who are appointed by the state apparatus. This penal system is very much controlled and monitored by the policies and ideologies of state apparatus. And all the people, the administrative system, which the most of them are men, they are the prison officials, they are the male guards, they are the male wardens, and they direct and manages the prison system, thereby transmitting the ideological beliefs of the male dictators. So their role is the male interrogators and the male guards. Their role is just to transmit the uh, patriarchal ideologies of Saddam Hussein. These kinds of tyrannical leaders like Saddam Hussein in Iran, we can see other dictators are there. The most important strategy for them is repression. And repression is done by exerting dominance. That is their policy. And this is how they establish their authoritative interest and thereby contributing to the different kind of violations, human rights violations. So that is the dreadful reality. The reality is the assault and abuse that creates long-lasting havoc in the lives of prisoners who are assaulted and raped.
Okay. Thank you, Chinu. Now, other participants, you can. Gina, are we allowing the paper to be discussed, or are we going to the next presentation now?
So we are, the discussion is scheduled after all the papers are
Okay, okay,
being
okay, okay.
presented.
So we'll go to the next presenter. Um, that is Hima. Yes, we'll talk about challenging gendered behavioral patterns in Anita Nayar's Ladies Coupe. Ladies Coupe is definitely a text that many feminists prefer because it talks about how a kind of female space can be created and how that's important for the definition of female subjectivity. Now, over to Hima. Welcome, Hima, for
Uh,
the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Is it audible?
Sure, sure.
Okay, okay. Uh, the topic of the presentation is challenging gendered behavioral patterns in Anita Nayar's Ladies Coupe. And in this presentation, I discuss how society influences a woman's life. Our society devises some desirable behavioral patterns to its members, and these behavioral patterns are made for the easy going of the society, and society claims that. But although society claims it is for the easy going of the society, an individual's life is more affected by this, especially a woman. In this in this novel, there are several women characters who are society's attitude. And through this paper, I examines how these behavioral patterns that society imposes on women is challenged and how much influences these patterns of behavior have in their lives. And our modern women writers are no longer feared to challenge these imposed roles upon women's life. And Danayar is one among them, and she gives both examples: the woman who blindly accepts these roles and those who challenges these roles. And the central character of the novel is Aghilandeshwari, and her mother is a perfect example how a woman blindly behaves and internalizes these roles. And his and Aghila's mother is have her own theories regarding marriage, how a wife must be, how a wife ought to behave, and how she must be inferior to her husband. And she always held the view that there is no equal in marriage, that woman must occupy a secondary position to her husband. And she have her own theories regarding the drawing of column. And she says that every column is suggestive of a woman's conduct. And she says that that column is drawn on the outside of the house, and it is visible to all people. And she held the view that each the way that the column is drawn is suggestive of the housewife's behavior. So she always forced Aghila to draw a perfect column, and she always monitors the column drawn by Aghila every day. And she have her own justifications for not earning an income. She says that by earning an income, she become equal to her husband, and in a good family, and according to a good woman, she must not be equal to her husband. And not only that, she have views against that a woman becoming the guardian of the home, or and woman must not take up the role of a man in that house. But that view was challenged when Aghila has to take up the role of the guardian of the family after the death of her father, and Aghila has to shoulder all the responsibilities of the family, and that notion was challenged by Aghila. And this whole novel is the journey of six women, and each woman shares their life stories, And in all the stories, we can see that from girlhood itself, a woman is brought up in strict discipline and control. And they are made to believe that their destination of life is marriage, and a girl is brought up by and the elders took special care in perfecting a girl's skills like cleaning, cooking, sewing, pickling, that all skills that make her a good housewife. And no one is bothered how, what are the desires, what are the individual desires or personal uh, inclinations of a girl, and how to make the girl educated, or how to make her a perfect citizen. Not all these aspects are given less importance. And in there is a character named Prabha Devi, and her family is a wealthy one, and her father is a jewelry businessman. And and by the birth of Prabha Devi, her father considered that a girl child is a burden to the family, and because he dreamed that by if he had another son, they already have four sons, and by the birth of another son, he can extend one more jewelry um, shop and he can extend his business. But uh, and after the birth of Prabha Devi, he changed that aspect, and he comforted himself by saying that uh, by marrying Prabha Devi to another wealthy family, he can also extend his business, and he compromises with that by that uh, with that. And Prabha Devi also was brought up by in a strict discipline that she must someday or another go to another man's house, and so she must behave like this. And she has given convent education. The one thing she has given convent education is that that make her more fashionable, and the nuns there took special care to make her more fashionable and to speak perfect English. That will make and the main reason for this is that at that time only she will get a perfect alliance or perfect groom, and the nuns will groom her to become more fashionable individual, that they get a suitable proposal from another wealthy family. And Janaki is another character, um, and she says that by this strict discipline and strict control of other people, um, that she become more fragile, and she looked down upon the strong woman who can manage their lives independently. And she says she cannot manage her life without her husband or the help of her son. And she says that our society and the attitude of other people, that they make women believe that they are queen, and the home is their kingdom, and they want to rule it perfectly, and and so that they must occupy a submissive position, so that no one will and they are not allowed to question these roles. And through the life of Janaki and Prabha Devi, the author tries to bring up that some women doesn't get a chance to realize their individuality, and they remain submissive and fragile. And the writer severely criticizes society's attitude for not allowing a girl to have her own dreams, desires, and a confident individuality. And the writer given as aspect is that individuals' preferences in relationships are interfered by social codes and rules, especially the relationship between Akhila and Hari. Hari is a much younger to Akhila, and our society always look down upon these types of relationships and even consider it as incest. And she always feels that when they were together spending time outside, people are looking at them strangely. And she feels that what is in their minds, that a elder woman with a young man. And she was always embarrassed with these situations, and she was forced to end that relationship uh, and to uh, and to have a life and she moved to have a single life. And the
Okay, Hima,
next
can you conclude?
yes, sir. And another character is Karpagam, where she challenges the society that she is a widow, but she never appears in the pathetic state of a widow. And next is Mari Kolondu, who is a rape victim and who doesn't like to be victimized. And through these characters, the author tries to challenge the society's behavioral patterns that there are that a good woman must be like this, that a widow must be like this, that a rape victim might be like this. That these roles, these patterns are challenged in Antanaya's works. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Hima, for that
Thanks.
presentation. Okay. Now I will go to Teresa Pascal, who is going to talk about humor, especially in the stand-up comedies of stand-up comedies in India. Uh, Welcome, Teresa Pascal, for your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Priyakshi Pandey. My colleague Teresa Pascal
Okay.
and I are going to present the paper. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Teresa Pascal. Yeah.
Okay. Priyakshi, you can continue with your presentation.
Okay. So before I start with the presentation, I just want to make three things clear. Since two of us are presenting this paper, so first half of the presentation I will take. The second half, Ms. Teresa Pascal is going to take. At the same time, we are sharing our screen on for all of you, our PPT. So, Teresa, can you please share?
Hello.
Yes, so we are sharing the screen.
Yeah.
The
Please do that.
PPT. Yes.
Okay.
So, if everybody can see the slides, please raise your hand or just confirm it so that I can start with the presentation.
Just one second. Just one second. I'm sharing it. Uh, can it be seen?
I don't think so.
Okay, sir. Just
No, ma'am.
okay. Uh, sir, right, sir. Now,
No, ma'am.
okay. Just uh, I'm so sorry. Just one second.
Uh,
Yeah, just one second, ma'am. Now,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
yeah, okay.
Okay. So I'll begin with the presentation. First, I'll introduce myself and Teresa Pascal. We both are sociology students, research scholars from Department of Sociology, Mumbai University. As you can see in the slide, the title of our paper is Subversive Humor Through the Margins, Exploring Deepika Mahatre's Stand-Up Comedy in India. Deepika Mahatre is one of the female stand-up comedians in India. So, the major objective of this paper is to explore the production of subversive humor in stand-up comedy through the margins by taking the case study of a female comedian as it has been mentioned already. Now, before I begin with the presentation and before we delve into Deepika's performance and how we are exploring her, I would like to present the context of this presentation and I'll take you through what stand-up comedy is and how women have come into the picture. So, in the present social and cultural milieu, stand-up comedy in India occupies a prominent role in the realm of popular culture. Scholars like Pinay have contended that contemporary India cannot be understood without an examination of popular culture, as it is through this discourse that many Indians debate their present and future. Comedians in India, especially stand-up comedians, stand-up comedians. Like we know that we have Johnny Lever, and since then, stand-up comedy has changed drastically. In recent times, have emerged in building the potentiality of humor, not only to entertain the masses, but also as an expression of a creative form of disseminated. And I'm sure most of you must be knowing that these days comedians get into trouble also for making certain comments, whether it is political critique or any sort of social critique. So comedians are making a lot of impact in society these days. While the stand-up comedy space in India is booming, wherein the internet has transformed its landscape, women in comedy and humor are still susceptible to many issues and challenges in this domain. After this presentation, I would like everyone, and I'm sure most of you must be knowing about Agrima Joshua. So she had commented on uh, a historical figure, and later on, she had to go through a lot of sexual abuse on the internet. So these are the certain kind of issues that women, when they get into comedy or when they have an opinion, they have to face. So so later on, we can see that how OTT platforms like Amazon Prime has released its first lineup of Indian stand-up special. It has an all-male lineup of 20 comedians. So we can see the discrimination also, whether women are voicing their opinions, whether the ratio of women in comedy, it is always unequal. The fact that they couldn't accommodate one single female comedian in their lineup that I just mentioned about the Amazon Prime show underscores the problem of how difficult it is for females to enter space of conventional gender professions. Women have mostly been relegated to the margins in the production of humor and have either been the butt of the joke or a mere recipient of the humor produced not only in India but also in many Western countries. For example, if you have seen Kapil Sharma show, which is massively produced and people like it, you will see a lot of female figures in the show are presented in a very stereotypical manner. So women have mostly been presented in such stereotypical manners, which somewhere reinforces the inequalities that persist in society. In the context of India, the comedy scene has gradually transformed over the years, and women are not only producing humor, but their content also challenges and resists the existing hegemonies and dominant discourses which have silenced women for a long time in a space dominated by men. How many of us know about female comedians, and as compared to male comedians, if we go back to the 60s and the 70s, and then we come to the millennium? That is why we find that most female comedians today are doing punching up comedy, a term used in the comedy scene to criticize authoritative power structures. Basically, they speak truth to power. So when the women have got this space to present themselves, to present their ideology, it is not just about making a humorous comment or making humorous comedy, but it is also about speaking truth to power in a humorous manner. In India, female stand-up comedians have transformed this space which was earlier male-driven. Female comedians' performances provide spaces for subversive and an alternative space. Here, I would like to clarify that what subversion means. Subversion means when you are trying to question through humor certain persisting structural or any sort of social inequalities that persist. So, as I've already mentioned this, female comedian performances provide spaces for subversive and an alternative voice. Today, we have a gradual rising number of female stand-up comedians who challenge the status quo. For example, if you see very newcomer comedians like Aditi Mittal, Vasu Primlani, Radhika Vaz, Niti Palta, these are few women who are making comedy, and at the same time they are breaking barriers of the comedy industry, which has been dominated by men. And there are also many upcoming freshers in the comedy industry, which are also making a mark in the comedy space. And if you can see that the internet and technology has also facilitated this change for many female comedians. It has given them the much deserved creative platform to create their independent social identity. However, there are many scholars and we have, I would like to mention, we have very few scholars in humor studies in India, especially in the sociological realm. But there are few scholars like Kavita K, Madhavi Shivprasad, and Sahu, who have recently argued that the intersectional perspective in the stand-up comedy domain is missing, and that comedy scene in India is largely upper caste. So if we see that most of the comedians that come into the picture are either from a privileged caste or they are from a privileged class. So who are representing the issues is also an important question we need to ask. In this context, only one comedian, Sanjay Rajora, amidst many others, openly critiques caste through his stand-up performances and also questions the comedians for not addressing such vital aspects of India. So there are so many male comedians in the industry, but there are only handful of few, and Sanjay Rajora is one of them who talks about caste openly and he critiques it and he wants others to also, like artists, to speak about caste, which is such an pertinent aspect of Indian society. The stand up comedians not only fail to address this gap, but there is also a dearth of comedians from specific caste and class location in the rising industry. While the intersectional perspective on caste and the relative absence of comedians from marginalized caste performing on stage has been a daunting reality of the stand up comedy scene in India, wherein mostly comedians of the privileged caste and class have a niche in this industry, as I've mentioned. Deepika Mahatre, who is the central focus of the presentation, is an exception who performs subversive stand up comedy and employs humor to socially critique class locations, if not caste. Now, Teresa will take.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Yeah. So I will take it forward from here, and I will be talking about Deepika Mhatre as an artist and the kind of comedy that she deals with. Deepika Mhatre is a 45-year-old female stand-up comedian who, before entering the field of comedy, worked as a helper, domestic help, in the suburbs of Mumbai. She also sells imitation jewelry in the local trains of Mumbai during the day. And in the later part of the day, especially in the evenings, she engages herself in her passion, that is comedy. Navigating through such informal sectors of work and making a living, Matre delved into stand up comedy through a talent show which was organized by one of her employers in Malad, Mumbai. After performing stand up comedy for this talent show and winning it, her employer introduced her to Aditi Mittal, one of the most famous and first female stand up comedians in India, who mentored her and helped her in getting into the domain of stand up comedy. Mittal, in 2018, also invited her to the web series Bad Girls, which provides a platform to unconventional women who have done some incredible work in their fields. In an interview, Aditi Mittal has mentioned that she purposely named the show's title as Bad Girls because whenever women enter, conventional spaces of gender, and they try to break the stereotypical ideas of how a particular profession should be, and roles taken up by only a particular gender, they are termed as bad, as if they are bad women. So women doing comedy are bad women. Women working in conventional spaces of professions, they are bad women. So therefore she hinted upon that fact and she named the show Bad Girls. Since the talent show and through Aditi Mittal's mentoring, Deepika Matre has made a gradual mark in this industry, wherein her comedy reflects her lived experiences of working as a helper and domestic worker in the posh households in Mumbai. This is a very important facet because most comedians in the comedy space, they either do observational comedy, anecdotal, or they do sketches. So these are mostly done, as a participant observer. But Deepika, since she has lived those experiences, it comes from her own standpoint, and this is what makes her unique, and this is why we have chosen her for our presentation. Matre employs subversive humor to humorously resist and critique the cultures of differential treatment of domestic helpers in India. For instance, in one of her available works, Matre humorously in her performance critiques and challenges the normalized behavior through which domestic helpers are treated differently, wherein they have to use different elevators to enter their workspace buildings, use different utensils, and have to remain subservient and compliant to the orders of their employers. There is a clear social stigma that domestic helpers go through, and this is how cultures of servitude also presents that people who are at a subordinate position, they are treated, they are socially stigmatized, they are typecast in a particular way in which with subtly untouchability is still practiced, especially when it comes to our house helps. Her humor not only resists such events of social discrimination, but also subverts such normalized behavior, which has been taken for granted in the domain of domestic work. Such issues are not represented by someone else, but by the domestic worker who faces such subtle forms of discrimination in their everyday lives at work. Deepika Mhatre performs what Joanne Gilbert refers to as the marginal humor, which is produced by women and encourages the powerless. Marginal humor may subvert and challenge the status quo and has the ability to make the dominant culture uncomfortable. This humor, performed by the socially marginal groups, like women, empowers them through the subversion of the dominant ideology and culture. Deepika Matri's example is extremely pertinent when we sociologically assess the domain of gender and humor and the changing contours of stand-up comedy scene in India. Since Deepika Matri has not only shattered the barriers of gender in performing at a space which is still dominated by men, but has also crossed the obstacles which sheds light on the wider intersections of class and gender, wherein certain sections of society are socially and economically barred from entering into the spaces of comedy. Even within leisure studies, we have seen that consuming comedy is kind of seen as a very upper class choice of leisure form of recreational activity. And if we look around in the comedy scene that is presently happening in India, all the stand-up comedians are coming from privileged classes. There are very few disabled stand-up comedians, or women stand-up comedians, or male stand-up comedians for that matter, that come from caste and class locations, uh, marginal locations, and they're presenting. So in that way, Deepika is not breaking just one glass ceiling, but two glass ceilings, I would say. Analysis of comedy, which is produced from the marginal spaces and by the comedians who have lived those experiences, sheds light on not only the subversive potentiality of humor, but also how pertinent it is to have comedians who represent those social locations and lived experiences and are not represented by the dominant discourses within comedy. Thus, humor in stand up comedy works in multifaceted ways, and the employment of subversive humor by performing intersectional perspectives challenges persisting social inequalities and diversifies and expands beyond the entertainment value of the stand up stage. Thank you. That was from us. Now we shall be showing you all a 1 minute clip of Deepika's performance as well as her cultural biography to end up our presentation.
Teresa, can you
Yeah, I'll just
switch off?
stop sharing. Yeah.
या उसने भेदभाव नहीं किया तो आप कौन होते हो अचार पापड़ बेचा
Can everybody see the video and also is it audible?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
मैंने घर घर में जाके खाना बनाने का काम किया है पगार पुरता नहीं था मतलब बच्चे लोग का फीस नहीं जाता था टाइम पर भाड़ा नहीं जाता था टाइम पर ते इमिटेशन ज्वेलरी बैंगल चेन वो ट्रेन में बेचती थी मतलब इतनी मेहनत की ना कि पूछो ही मत पर शिकायत नहीं किया कभी एक दिन मैडम ने वुमेन्स डे का शो अरेंज किया कॉलोनी में और मेरे बचपन का कॉमेडी करने का कीड़ा बाहर आ गया मैं बोली देखते ही चांस लेके मैं जहाँ काम करती हूँ ना वहाँ बहुत स्पेशल हूँ क्योंकि मेरे जैसे लोगों के लिए लिफ्ट अलग है बर्तन अलग है मैंने सोचा ये जो घर काम करने वाले हैं ना उनको जो तकलीफ होती है वो बदल सकती हूँ मैं छुपाओ अपना बर्तन रोटी तो आप मेरे हाथ की तोड़ते हो ना मेरे वीडियो इंटरनेट पे गए और सबके कमेंट्स आने लगे बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हो आप हम लोगों की आंखें खुल गई आपकी वजह से अभी इतना नाम हो रहा है मेरा हर जगह जो देश के नाम नहीं मालूम थे मुझे हर एक देश के मेरे इंटरव्यू हो गए आज बहुत खुशी इस बात की है कि सब जिम्मेदारी मेरे ऊपर थी और उससे मैं पार हो गई मैं वही बोलूंगी कि कोई भी काम में छोटा बड़ा नहीं होता तुम बस मेहनत करो और आगे बढ़ते चलो
Hello? Yes. We are done with the presentation. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So that was a presentation on humor in stand-up comedies in India by Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal. Now we go to the next presenter, uh, who is Reshma Mariam Jacob. She will talk about women as solo adventure traveler, uh, self-discovery and empowerment in Jean-Marc Wallace Wild. So, welcome, Reshma Mariam Jacob.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are. You are. Please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chair and my fellow researchers. My paper is titled Woman as Solo Adventure Traveler, Self-Discovery and Empowerment in Jean Mark Valley's Wild. The paper attempts to read the movie Wild to analyze the motive behind the undertaking of the solitary adventure travel along the Pacific Crest Trail by a woman who is recently divorced. The paper examines how the hiking along the tough terrain helps in redefining her individual self and how she emerges an empowered woman fighting the trials in the trail. The movement from places of comfort to remote, exotic, and sometimes hostile locales redefines and extends notions of the self. She perceives hard adventure as part of self definition, identity, freedom, rejuvenation, and much more. The 2014 biographical adventure drama film Wild is based on Cheryl Street's 2012 memoir Wild from Lost to Found on the Pacific Crest Trail. The film starring Reese Witherspoon was released in North America in December 2014. The movie was an instant hit. She got nominated for the Best Actress award in the 2014 Academy Awards. The unprecedented hike in the number of women who seek solo adventures is due to the greater shift in the societal perceptions of the gender roles and due to the increased financial freedom that women enjoy. The emergence of women owned and operated companies like Adventure Women with women only trips and tailored itineraries multiplied the possibility of solo adventure travel for women. The reason why a woman travels alone are varied. It could be the need to have a huge change in life or the inability to find a companion to travel with, or the urge to experience the unknown alone. Or it could be that they wanted to be away from the ties of life which they are bound by the society. Carl Thompson in travel writing observes, I quote, as educational and professional opportunities have become more available to women, in the West at least, so women have increasingly been able to travel and to publish in the sort of authoritative roles that were once the preserve of men, as scientists and anthropologists, as news reporters, political commentators, and economic analysts. Unquote. Solo adventure travel, unlike journeys with peers, instructs women to follow their natural instincts without having the need to discuss it with others, which definitely pushes her beyond the comfort zone and to emerge empowered. Here in this movie, Cheryl Strait wants to find a path of her own for rejuvenation. The free associative and memory driven narrative of the film focuses on how the indulgence in hard adventure changes her life. The movie, with its impressionistic mosaic like structure, showcases how the unflinching determination to hike the Pacific Crest Trail by hiking and backpacking, despite the fact that she lacks prior knowledge and experience, causes the woman to feel refreshed and anew. Her 3 month, 1,100-mile long solo journey from Minneapolis to the Bridge of Gods serves as a means of self discovery. Cheryl Strait, who was completely devastated and thrown after the loss of her much affectionate mother, experiments with nearly everything in life before she decides to push her physical and mental limits by drinking alone. She douses herself in indiscreet drug use and anonymous sex. She ruins her marriage to Paul. She gets her baby aborted, of whose paternity she is unsure of. Grief has revolutionized her in the worst possible way. Her drug involves potential dangers from the encounters with nature, unseasonable snow, rainfall, scorching heat, encounters with wild animals, rattlesnake, fox, insects, as well as predatory men, the hunters. She traverses through varied landscapes, mountains, desert, deep snow, and thick forest. She suffers from exhaustive dehydration, bruises, lack of proper toilet facilities, and the like. Her overweight backpack and undersized hiking boots create troubles. She grunts and puffs along the trail. As Susan, a film critic, opines, I quote, shivers and mutters her way through scorching heat and unseasonable snow, copes with dehydration, and gobbles freeze dried meals, all the while building up quite a stench in between rest stops. unquote. There are instances of cordiality being found between strangers, and she receives kind assistance from them. She endures the pains of their adventure activity when other hikers quit the trail halfway, which includes even a man named Greg. She decides not to trek in groups or in the company of others, unlike many others shown in the film. For her, the adventurous activity is a means to cleanse her inner self, while others want the rush of adrenaline through their nerves. At the close of the trail, she remarks that it took 4 years, 7 months, and 3 days after her mother's death to be the woman that her mother raised. She, on crossing the bridge of gods, voices to herself that she will marry a man after 4 years and that they will have a son in 9 years and a daughter named Bobby the next year. The exterior landscape she traversed gives her the momentum to traverse the shattered interior landscape and to find a way out of the wilderness of grief. Women travelers, on comparison with their male counterparts, are more prone to sexual assaults, which could range from sexually colored comments to unwanted touches and finally to rape. Carl Thompson observes, I quote, the fear of violence and is a more pressing concern for female than for male travelers, unquote. Mary Modis is of the opinion, open quote, the fear of rape, whether crossing the Sahara or just crossing a city street at night, most dramatically affects the way the world, unquote. Cheryl Strayed is aware of the probability of violence on the trail, but she does not prefer to stay indoors. She boldly steps out into the wild, but is highly cautious of predatory men, which is evident in her encounter with the sexually aggressive bow hunters. Such women who set out to travel risking their supposed adversities of travel are often negatively portrayed in media and society. Carl Thompson again notes, I quote, thus, women who undertake major fears of travel are still often depicted in the Western media and in popular culture in terms of their exceptionalism and eccentricity. Unquote. Cheryl Strayed, who initially tried to fill the vacuum created by the absence of her mother by physically connecting with as many men as possible, realizes the hollowness of the act and embraces loneliness on the trail. She accepts the loss, comes in terms with the reality, and decides to move on in life. The movie celebrates the sublimity of nature and the spirit of solitude, as the wilderness witnesses the presence of a solitary woman so far from the civilization. It is quite evident that away from the concrete jungles, to be in the lap of nature had a very positive effect on Cheryl. As Lang and Crouch notes in an article titled Lone Wolves, Isolation and Solitude Within the Frontier Travel Experience, open quote, the lonely pilgrim is the person on an outward journey of life, going across the fields, a solitary individual in search of self-fulfillment and self-actualization. This is also the typical image of the frontier traveler, the lone wolf venturing out into peripheries without backup or the solace of company. End quote. Cheryl's solitary adventure on the Pacific Crest Trail enables her to venture into the peripheries of self and to rise empowered. That's all about my paper. That's all about my paper.
Okay, Ms. Reshma, she has presented or talked about how the journey of a woman becomes a typical example of how she overcomes challenges that she faces in the patriarchal world. Now we go to the last presentation in the session, which is by Ms. Linda P. Joseph. It's about the dichotomy of disabled body and able mind, Margarita with a straw, and it's talking about on disability and society. So I request Ms. Linda P. Joseph to make her presentation. Welcome, Ms. Linda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting my screen.
Please do it.
I hope this is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So my paper is titled Dichotomy of Disabled Body and Able Mind. It's a study based on the film Margarita with a Straw. It is a take. Let's get started. Before getting into the film as such, I would like to talk about the whole idea and the reality of body. We know that this is a physical entity, that is a baseline. But when you place your body, which you say belongs to you, within a socially, culturally, politically active space, the body becomes a complex terrain. It becomes loaded with meaning. We all know that as a part of a body that get conditioned and groomed over the period of time. Indicative of our identity, it is indicative of our performance potential and our productivity. So as a construct, you can actually see the body as a contextual space. It is a site of politics, it's a site of ideology. Our body is mainstream, it is often objectified, constantly put to surveillance. And this is the base on which the whole idea of ableism emerges. So what happens is that there is very limited or little space for the non-normative body. So the able body is something that we see as desirable, sensual, ideal, the norm. It is performative and it is participatory. Whereas viewed as aberrant, it is non-conforming, non-normative. It is not appealing and not productive and deemed as asexual. And when you look in the mainstream of public representation, these bodies, these people, their reality, they're visibly absent. They're sidelined, caricatured, underrepresented, or even misrepresented. So it's subjected to numerous bias. There is total ignorance about the personhood, the sexuality, and the desires of these people. So most of our discourses, the theoretical engagements in our disciplines, they rested or they dealt with the issues centering on the able body. So when you talk about disability, there has been numerous understanding about disability. When you place it within a religious framework, disability has been seen as a result of your karma or sin. And it's been said that prayer or any act of penitence can rectify this particular, reality. When you place it in a medical model, disability has been detected from disease or from trauma, which can be cured. But in the latter part of 20th century, there emerged critical disability studies that talked about the experience of disability being aggravated because of certain social, cultural norms or practices that we have and we impose or we insist upon, all of which are discriminatory towards the disabled. Disability is something that we associate with dependency, and therefore we perceive that as burdensome. So this discourse on disability and sexuality, they rarely find any accommodation in national, regional narratives or images. According to Renu Atilaka, she says that there is a deep-rooted cultural antipathy towards the disabled. And I quote from her, throughout the ages, the disabled have been looked down upon with disdain, almost as if they were subhuman. They have been portrayed as medical anomalies, helpless victims, a lifelong burden on family and society. Well, it is very important to understand that disability is not a fixed category. According to Dr. Anita Ghai, who is a very renowned disability activist and academician, disability is a fluid, shifting set of conditions. Even the experience of disability cannot be generalized because of its varying nature and intensity. But what is problematic is when you define disability in relation to gender, race, religion, caste, or cultural differences. So we could say that a disabled female could be at a more disadvantageous position than a disabled male. And it is the dominant, able-bodied, patriarchal, heteronormative ideologies which are at work here, which play out the system. Centrality, if you look into the mainstream representations, film or series or advertisements for that matter, they have given centrality to the able body. Instead, the reality of disabled, they have been commercialized. Look at the films that have come over time and how certain disabled characters, they are posited as objects of pity or that of villainous characters. And these people, they're sidelined or their reality is sidelined as a matter of pity or shame or as evil or curse. So that is an insensitive rendition. We could say that there is a lack of adequate original literature from and for the disabled. And when that is a situation, and you massively conceive these popular representations across media, that can give you a very flawed comprehension about the reality of the disabled. Now, talking about the film Margarita with a Straw, this is a 2014 Indian drama directed by Sonali Bose. It's a coming of age drama. It's also about coming out of the closet. This stars Kalki Koechlin as Laila Kapoor. She is an Indian teenager with cerebral palsy. The film is basically an exploration of self, sexuality, and identity. It is set in Delhi for the first part. Laila is brought up in a middle class family. It's a very close knit family. She had her education at Delhi University. She is a writer and she also composes music. So that is the basic reality of Laila. As a person, she's very vibrant. She's enthused about life and possibility. She is very much connected to her mother. But Laila chooses not to foreground her physical disability as a hindrance. So, like every other girl out there, she dreams, she makes friends, she wears makeup, she falls in love, she masturbates. So, it is very normal for her. But the fact is that she befriends a guy, that is Dhruv, who is equally disabled, and they share. It is this condition of disability which makes them relatable with each other. But unlike Dhruv, Laila is not exceedingly well up. She doesn't well up in the self pity. But there are specific instances in film which showcases or which highlights or bring out the societal perception towards the disabled. So I'm just going to point out a few. During the first part of the film, there is an instance where the college lift fails to function, and she had to be carried upstairs by the men there. So the camera focus on her face, and you can see how flustered she appears because she had to depend on somebody else to reach a particular place. So these are this was one instance which kind of reminded her physical condition, the problematic dimension of her physical condition. There are attempts when she tries to fit it. In one particular scene, you can find her cropping her photo, uploading only the upper part of her body into a social media account because she knows that the lower part is a reminder of what she is not capable of or what society thinks she is not capable of. And there is a particular scene where she writes a lyrics for the indie band, and the band wins the competition. And you have the judge coming over to the stage and calling Laila and talking to her in a manner which is very condescending. And she says that you are a disabled musician and you must be an inspiration for children who share such physical condition. So that instance again reminded her because she was being pitied upon and sympathized rather than being appreciated for her talent. Then she brushes off the judge. Again, in the same she has been in love with this guy. And that is the point when she fathoms the unacceptance that people harbor towards a body and being, even when they say that we are accommodating of you, we are accommodating of your reality. When it comes to more intimate spaces, she is being rejected for her body. So what is this politics of normal? Disabled, they are essentially desexualized. So exhibition is normal, even pathology. So in the film, you can find Dhruv, who is her friend. He reminds her of this reality, how she can't just fall in love with any so-called normal guy. And he says that, and I quote, being friends with normal people won't make you normal. So Dhruv here is the voice of societal perception about disabled, but the sad fact is that he himself, being a disabled, he have internalized this societal perception. He does not fight it. But Laila is carefree. She fights it. She explores her sexuality and sexual desire. Now, Nima is the guy that she loved, and he, being the so-called normal guy, he is visibly unsettled by her declaration of love. Throughout all these things, you can find her her desires in all his innocence, partaking in the moments of bliss and heartbeats. Because she realizes that when there is this profusion of able-bodied narrative, it is impossible for anyone to accept her daughter as normal or desirable. So the situation shifts when she moves to America on a scholarship. It's a new world, it's a new experience. She explores her sexuality there with Jared, who is in her writing class workshop, and with a woman, Canon, whom she meets on road. Canon is a blind girl, but she is fiercely independent and has a very positive attitude towards her disability. But the sexual encounters that she has with both of these people they were an eye opener in terms of understanding the dynamics of relationship and sexual intimacy. At this point of time, understand it has never been about the highlighting the disability of this central character. It's been about the personhood of it's been about the able mind of the central character. And in India, we know that exploration, for most part, exploration of one's own sexuality is the sanctioned right of the able bodied. It's primarily within the realm of heterosexual marriage. The scene is shifting a little. And at this point of time, when she comes back home from America, she reveals her bisexuality to her mother, who shows apparent disdain. As the film moves and it reaches the conclusion, we see a Lila who matures in her relationship with her mother, who dies by the end of the film, with her family, and with her girlfriend, Khan, who accepts her whole self. And disability has got nothing to do with it. Disability is not an aspect which made her grow up into this particular phase. So the film does not foreground the aspect of disability. It just uses it as a framework to show how the ideals of normal is constructed or imposed. So normal is an individual choice. It has varying facets and differences. And that's exactly what Laila does. She is non-conforming or non-normative, not physically, but in her choices. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Miss Linda, for that wonderful reading of Margarita with a straw, especially the way in which you talked of being, you know, in a way treated merely as a background, and thus what we have to do is done by the film itself, treating it as a background and not actually foregrounding it, which is probably the sin that we all commit anyway. Uh, so we have come to the end of all the presentations. Now the presentations are open for discussion. Chinnu Chandran has talked about incarcerated souls in the context of Mayeda, Daughter of Iraq, a wonderful book written by Jean Zasson. And Miss Hima's paper was about Anita Nair's Ladies Coupe, and she has talked about how the the writer challenges gender roles or roles that are imposed on women by patriarchal forces. How Anita Nair criticizes marriage as an institution and talks also about how all the traditional roles are being challenged by the characters in that novel. And in the presentation by Ms. Priyakshi Pandey and Ms. Teresa Pascal, they have talked about how humor is being used by Deepika Matre as a kind of self-revelation, and also how she actually breaks down barriers, social as well as patriarchal barriers, in order to become a comedian and make people laugh, and through laughter discover herself. And Reshma Mariam Jacobs' paper was about how the character in the film by Jean-Marc Vallée, Wild, becomes a solo adventurer, and through solo adventure becomes a person who discovers herself. And finally, with Linda P. Joseph, as we have already said, she talks about how the movie Margarita with a Straw overcomes the concepts of disability, deconstructs the concepts of disability by showing a character for whom disability is not a disability, but it's actually just a background for the wonderful ability she has in her mind to fall in love, to become a human being, to be a person with all possible strength that is needed. So these papers are for discussion now. Please come forward and ask your questions to the presenters. Please indicate the presenter to whom you are addressing your question. Thank you.
You can post the questions in the comment section. If you have questions regarding any of the papers, please post it on the comment section.
Chandran, I think you are present.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Yeah, I have actually one more question.
Yes.
Yeah, this is regarding how the way in which other women are presented in the novel. Are there other women, and are they presented in the novel? Mayada, not exactly a novel actually; it's a kind of memoir. How do other women respond to the very same experience of imprisonment? Are there other women, and how do other women respond to Mayada herself?
Okay, sir. This narrative is on prison that goes beyond individual story of Maida alone. It constitutes a testimony. It's written in the form of a testimony also, in which it not only discusses the issues of the problems and the traumas confronted by Maida alone. It is a testimony which describes the condition, the pathetic condition of other women. Women like there is a beautiful woman who's trapped inside the prison, and she explains the kind of physical tortures she had encountered, and she is so beautiful. She looks beautiful, and this becomes a big curse, being the beautiful among the other prisoners. That becomes you know uh, instead of it's a blessing, many prison guards continuously raped her, and there is a statement made Maida here that she feels so happy that this is the condition, and there is another character, another shadow woman. Maida calls the other prison mates as shadow women, and one is Alia. She explains her horrendous story of imprisonment, who keeps her daughter along with her in the prison. And during the torture sessions, interrogation session, the baby was also taken with her. And she says that the most difficult thing that she has done in her life was to muffle her screams while she was being tortured in front of the doctor, because she wanted to spare her daughter the terror of hearing the screech of the mother. So it is not just about the pathetic condition of Maida alone. It is all about the other women. The 17 shadow women were 17 women are known as shadow women, or called by Maida as shadow women.
Thank you, Chinu. Are there other responses to that paper from other participants?
No, sir. Not
Okay.
yet. Shall I wind up the session, sir?
Okay. Now this is already very late, so let's wind up. Over to Gina for the closing of the session. Thank you.
So thank you, Sri Impalal, and all the participants for such an interesting and fruitful discussion. It sure was truly insightful and relevant. I now invite Ms. Krishnapriya S., second year BA English Literature student of SD College Alapura, for proposing the word of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for the technical session 1 of the 2-day virtual international conference on gender studies post 1990s technological encounters and narratives of empowerment, jointly organized by Postgraduate Department of Sanadana Dharma College Alapura and Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Student Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. First of all, I express our heartfelt gratitude to Sri R. Intulal Sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, SC College, Alapura, who chaired the session and with his presence made the session a pleasant one. I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to most important contributors of the session. Ms. Chinnu Chandran P., Ms. Hima S., Ms. Priyakshi Pante and Ms. Teresa Pascal, Ms. Reshma Mariam Jacob and Ms. Linda P. Joseph for their paper presentations. Now, I thank Ms. Gina Johnson, second year MA English student, Sanadana Dharma College, Alapura, the moderator of the session. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to all the student organizers, the faculty and staff of the postgraduate Department of English, ST College Alapura and Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Student Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for all their valuable efforts extended towards the materialization of this international conference. All the participants who put forward their questions and made the discussion a fruitful one. Once again, I extend my hearty gratitude to each and everyone who attended the session and contributed to its success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Krishnapriya. With that, we have come to the end. We are breaking for lunch now. Hope to meet you all again in the next plenary session, which is due to begin by 2 p.m. in the afternoon, where we will have Professor Habil Ruxana Marinescu from the Department of Modern Languages and Business Communication, Bucharest University of Economic Studies, Romania, speaking on considerations on feminism and gender activities. Have a good lunch and join back with us by 2 p.m. using the Google Meet link provided in our Telegram group. Once again, I thank you all for being a part of such lively intellectual experience. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Is it audible to you?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
audible.
Hello,
Hello, hello.
hello.
We can hear you.
Is it audible to you?
Yes, it's audible. Hello.
Hello, hello,
Hello, Krishna.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Nadia here. Thank you, actually.
Hello, Krishna.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Hello, Krishna. Can you hear me, Krishna? Hello, Krishna. I think he can't hear us. Hello, Professor Roxana.
So I am here and I can hear everybody.
hello. അതെ അതെ അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ ഞാനിത് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ നോക്കട്ടെ. അന്ന് ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. ഞാൻ ഫോണിൽ കൂടെ ഒന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കാം. ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ നോക്കട്ടെ. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, Krishna,
Yes, sir,
yes.
we can hear you, sir.
Yes, yes.
ശരിയായെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു ശരിയായി
Shall we
വേറെ
start?
മറ്റേ മൊബൈലിൽ കൂടെ കയറി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യട്ടെ ഓക്കെ ശരി
Okay, shall we start? Najia?
Yes, sir. It's almost 1:58.
Yeah, we start at sharp 2 p.m.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, start. Yes,
So
Najia.
it's 2 o'clock. I think we can begin our session. So, good afternoon, everyone. Let us begin another vibrant session. I'm your moderator, Najia Nasser, and I heartily welcome all of you to the second plenary session of the two-day virtual international conference in Gender Studies Post-1990s, Technological Encounters and Narratives of Empowerment, jointly organized by the Postgraduate Department of English, Sanadana Dharma College, Alappuzha, Kerala, in collaboration with Beti Bachao Andolan, Beti Bachao Abhiyan, apologize, Department of Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. Our esteemed plenary speaker is the Professor Habil Roxana Marinescu. She is the Professor Habil at the Department of Modern Languages and Business Communication, Bucharest University of Economic Studies, Romania. She will be delivering her talk on the topic, Considerations on Feminism and Gender Activism in Europe, What Way to the Future. The plenary session will be followed by an interactive session where Professor Marinescu will be answering questions from the participants. I request the participants to note the questions they would like to ask and post them in the chat box during the talks. Participants are also requested to kindly not crowd the chat box with other messages. Please mute your audio and video to avoid interruptions and for a better listening experience. The interactive session will be followed by 3 technical sessions, which are technical sessions number 3, 4, and 5, which will be happening parallel across 3 Google Meet sessions. The technical session number 4 will be in this same Google Meet session after the plenary concludes. Without further delay, let us move on to the events of the day. First, I invite Dr. A. Krishnan Nambudiri, Associate Professor of English, Sanadana Dharma College, Alappuzha, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Najia. Good afternoon to one and all. I'm very happy to make this welcome address. Hello, good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Najia. The two-day international conference on gender studies post-1990s, technological encounters and narratives of empowerment was started this morning, and parallel sessions and plenary sessions are going on. This is the second plenary session of the day, and this conference, as Nadia mentioned, is jointly convened by Sanadana Dharma College, Alappuzha, India, and Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Studies, Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. ST College, Alappuzha, or Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha is one of the premier institutions in the higher education sector of Kerala. This college is accredited with A+ grade by UGC NAC, the academic body of the Government of India. And this conference focuses on various aspects of gender studies. I think this conference is not limited to the problems of women, but all aspects related to women as well as men. Gender equality, gender issues, etc. And we have major plenary sessions to address the various issues related to genders. And today, this afternoon, we have with us a very great academician, Dr. Habil Roxana Mariscu, Mary Roxana Elizabetha Mariscu. She is an eminent professor of the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, Romania. Ma'am, now here it is afternoon, so it is morning there in Romania. Okay, we are happy to see you on the screen. And Habil Roxana focuses his research interest mainly on post-colonial and post-communist studies. She is a multifaceted personality, and her interest is not limited to gender studies, but so she is interested in social work also, and her research, in fact, spreads over feminism and gender-related issues, education for intercultural and plurilingual communication, and various other topics of contemporary international relevance. Dr. Marinescu has authored several books of academic validity. She published Rashmi and Multiple Identities in 2013, Northern Ireland Border Country 2013, The Case of Northern Ireland and Violated Bodies, that also came in 2013, A Cross-Cultural Reading by Writers of South Asian Origin, 2020. So she authored many books. I have just mentioned only a few books. Dr. Saxena has co-edited 3 books. She has published chapters in 12 collective volumes and over 60 articles in academic journals. And Dr. Marinescu is a social worker also, as I mentioned. She is a very active member of NGO, ANA, Society for the Development of Women. And we have this great scholar with us to address various issues related to genders. And ma'am, on behalf of ST College Alappuzha and PG Department of English, ST College Alappuzha, and Department of Study Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and on behalf of the faculty, students, and researchers, and participants of this event, I welcome you to this conference, ma'am. Warm welcome to Dr. Habil Roxana Elizabetha Mariscu, and I welcome Dr. Marinescu by giving a namaste. This is the Indian way of welcoming you, ma'am, and especially this way of welcoming persons or guests has gained international recognition, especially in this days of COVID pandemic. And I also welcome all the participants as well as scholars all over India and abroad to this academic deliberation which has started now. And once again, I welcome the organizers, other participants, scholars to this plenary session. Thank you. Welcome once again.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Professor. And first of all, let me extend my thank yous to the conference organizers who have very kindly invited me to this very distinguished and intellectual gathering, and I'm very honored to share some of my thoughts with you today. Let me first share my screen. I hope I am able to do this quickly. Is that all right? Can everybody see?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like to actually share a few thoughts with you today on the topics of feminism and gender activism in Europe, and since the 1990s, as the conference organizers proposed this date to us. And of course, you can understand that this is a very difficult task, because there are very many trends and very many directions in which feminism and gender activism in Europe has been going since the 1990s. But I'm going to try and summarize everything for you today. And I'm hoping to make a presentation in which to touch upon as many things as possible, but you can ask me any details that you may wish in the questions and answers session at the end, and I will be able to develop some ideas that you might be interested in more. I am going to be focusing more on narratives of empowerment and less on technological encounters, but I will touch upon both. And I would like to begin with the idea that in Europe, feminism and gender activism since the 1990s has been going, has been actually a two-speed process. And you will see why very quickly. Just to clarify that the purpose of my presentation is really to share experiences with fellow feminists in India and to learn from each other and to create the sort of global feminism that I think is our aim eventually. So just to give you a very, very brief historic and geographic context, and to make you see what I mean by this, by the fact that it is a two-speed process, let me show you this map of Europe from 1949 to 1989, and here you can see what I refer to in this presentation as Central and Eastern Europe, colored in red. But more precisely the pinkish part, which is the post-communist area, which I'll be referring to. And the rest of Europe in gray is what I will call, broadly speaking, Western Europe, which is not really Western. I mean, there's Northern and Southern and Western, but I will just refer to it just to simplify things as Western Europe. And you probably know that after the Second World War, up until 1989, Europe was divided, and there was a Cold War in the world in which Europe was included, and Central and Eastern Europe was under the Soviet influence, so it was part of what was then called the Eastern Bloc. And nowadays, we talk about the European Union in Europe, which is this political and economic construction, here colored in blue. So you can see by looking at both maps how the situation has changed since then. But let's see, again, very, very briefly, what happened in 1989, what prompted these changes. And the very first one happened in August 1989, and it actually triggered the rest of it. And it was called the Pan-European Picnic. The prime ministers of Hungary and Austria, which you can see in this picture here, suddenly decided to open the borders. As you probably know from history, the borders were closed in between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. And you can see here Hungary and Austria. So the border here was open just for a few hours in August 1989. But a lot of people, especially from East Germany, who were at that time spending their holidays in Hungary, crossed the border, and inexplicably, they were not stopped by the border police, which had been the case since then. And this was followed by a number of events in the region. The fall of the Berlin Wall, which you, again, probably know that in 1961, this wall was erected in Berlin, in Germany, and it symbolically meant the division of Germany after the war into the Eastern Germany, which is part of the Eastern Bloc, and Western Germany. So in November 1989, people from East Germany, the east part of Berlin, started crossing the wall to West Berlin. And again, they were not stopped by the border police. Up until then, the order had been to shoot and kill. Another event happened in Czechoslovakia, the Czech Velvet Revolution. This was simply a resignation by the leader of the Communist Party, at that time the Prime Minister. So the free elections in December of 1989, former dissident, Václav Havel, a writer, was elected the free president of Czechoslovakia at the time. In Poland as well, they had had the solidarity movement since the 1980s. They finally managed to gain power in 1989. This man that you can see here in this picture, Lech Wałęsa, the leader of the trade union Solidarity, again was freely elected president of the Republic. And in Romania, where I am from and where I am located right now, we had the only bloody revolution in Central and Eastern Europe. In 1989, the official figures are that 1,142 people died, 3,138 were wounded, and 76 people were imprisoned by the authorities. And you can see here how civilians and the army are actually fighting an invisible enemy called the terrorists. We are almost 32 years after these events, and we still don't know who the terrorists were and how these people died. So anyway, this was just very briefly to show you what happened in '89 and how the space was set for what happened afterwards, starting with the 1990s. And I will now describe a little bit the intellectual paradigm in which I'm going to set my presentation. In the past 2 decades or so, in the region, in Central and Eastern Europe, we have had a development of this intellectual paradigm of looking at post-communism in post-colonialist terms. So there are a number of academics and theoreticians, and I am one of them, not just in Romania, as I said, throughout the region in the former countries of the Eastern Bloc, which looked quite closely at post-colonialism, actually colonialism and then post-colonialism, and we came to the conclusion that a lot of the things that had happened in our recent history since the Second World War onwards is very similar to what happened in colonial time and what happened afterwards in post-colonial time. You know, starting with the imposition of a foreign power and the physical and symbolic violence of the process, and the mimicry of some of the local population, the imposition of language, a foreign language to these countries, and so on. Again, just to very briefly underline the paradigm in which I'm setting this presentation. And here you have quotations from some of the papers that myself and other people have written on the issue, just to give you an idea of how this is going. Excuse me. And Of course, looking at post-communism in a post-colonial framework, we need to look at what was called by one of these people in Central and Eastern Europe as internalized Orientalism. And I suppose everybody here will understand the terms and will understand what it means. And in terms of post-communism, this actually means both a complex of inferiority and also a complex of superiority towards more Western European countries. Basically, people in the region, in Central and Eastern Europe, imagine themselves separately, but similarly in the same way, in this sort of in-between space, which is the east of the West, if you want. We're sort of, we're not the East exactly, but we're not really the West either. But at the same time, they imagine themselves as guardians of the West. So they assume that they were there, or they claim, rather than assume, they claim that they had been there for centuries, fighting against enemies from more Eastern countries and blocking their invasions towards more Western Europe. And in the meantime, Western Europe could develop itself and so on. And this is also mirrored by by Western Europe's attitude towards its eastern part. On the one hand, talking about them as, or us rather, as you know, culturally and politically and economically backwards, different, strange, not quite Oriental, not quite like us either. And at the same time, praising them as, you know, as you have there in inverted commas quotation, as noble savages, you know, people who have, you know, green pastures and animals, and they're not industrialized yet, and so on. So you have, again, I suppose everybody can understand that when I'm talking about these things for those countries, you probably understand them very well, because this is what happened. It's the post-colonial framework, really. Now, going to women's issues, in communist times, a few very interesting things happened. Because the countries in Central and Eastern Europe saw what we now call equality, gender equality, but it was some sort of forced gender equality. It was not coming from the grassroots, it came top down from the Communist Party. But as you probably know, the communist parties were like, in some of these countries, the only political party. So it was the establishment, if you will. But that also came along with, as I wrote there, excessive regulation of women's condition, both in the public sphere and in the private sphere. So in the public sphere, it basically meant that women were forced to work to get jobs in the industry mainly. And you have here a picture from the 1950s. And gender quotas were applied, so that in 1989 we have about 30 to 33% women in leadership positions in the industry, in political life, and so on. They were also forced, talking about the public sphere, they were also forced to join the Communist Party, join the establishment, be party activists, and so on. And also in the private sphere, in all of the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, with some differences, Romania being at the extreme, women's condition was regulated in terms of them being considered mothers of the nation. So the reproductive rights were very clearly established. As I said, Romania was the most extreme example. In 1966, decree, so a law was passed, Decree 770, and women were forced to have 4 to 5 children by the age of 40, then 45, that was changed to 45, with no contraception available. And after delivering these children, not really delivering them, but always needing to have this number of children by the age of 18 in their care. After that, the only available contraception method would be legal abortion. But up until that time, contraception was definitely illegal. So there was this double burden of which Western feminists have been talking quite a lot, but not really double, actually multiple burden, as you can see here in a quotation from a magazine from a women's magazine from the 1950s, which is was then written in an article in a journal called Historia, what women had to do. So they had to do all of those things and more. So that in a post-communist period, so starting with the 1990s, we have the same kind of Orientalist attitude in terms of feminism and gender activism. As I explained a little bit earlier, there was no feminism or gender activism, a grassroots one in this region. So the Western feminists, again, I think a lot of the people here in the audience relate to what I'm saying. A lot of Western feminists came, they felt the civilizing burden of explaining feminism to the region, to women in the region. And they started, sharing these ideas. What happened was, in fact, that the newly born feminists in Central and Eastern Europe felt that they were trapped in between the fact that gender equality had been delegitimized from the previous period, so they didn't really want to they couldn't promote it because it wasn't bought by the public anymore. But at the same time, they still needed to follow Western feminist ideas, which came mainly with imposing laws and institutions promoting the very same gender equality. So in the words of a feminist from Hungary, they were trapped at the two extremes, namely rejection and unconditional acceptance, end of quote. Also, another Eastern feminist, Laura Grunberg, talks about how organizations, the newly born NGOs in Central and Eastern Europe, started following the Western norms and guidance recommended by the international institutions, especially because the countries in Central and Eastern Europe wanted to join the European Union, the construction I talked about at the beginning. But also they felt that this harmonization with Western institutions and laws sometimes fit and sometimes it didn't fit their own interests. As I'm sure happened here, you know, the whole subaltern position, which people had to deal with. In terms of academic programs, what is extremely interesting, I think, is that new programs were set up in gender studies beginning with 1992 throughout the region. Not very many of them, in fact, very few of them. But what is characteristic is that they were, first of all, they did not exist at bachelor level, only at master's level and PhDs, and they were not programs in their own right. They were set up with other or within other disciplines. So the discipline of gender studies was completely marginalized and considered unworthy of academic and so on. So the gender studies programs borrowed, so to speak, experts or specialists from other disciplines, and they were created within or literature, American or British literature or philosophy and so on. The consequence is quite obvious. The fact that we don't have specialists in gender studies, not even today. Instead, those people who who did gender studies at master's levels or PhDs are in fact now graduates of political science, philosophy, literature, etc. So their degrees are in these areas and not in gender studies. Of course, this came with severe underfunding and the lack of status for the discipline. So that's what characterizes these programs. The best known such program was founded in 1992 within a private university. The rest of them are public, within public universities. Therefore, they depend on the money coming from the governments of these countries. But this one was founded in a private university, founded by an American multi-billionaire of Hungarian origin called George Soros. And this program of gender studies is now moved to Vienna because of the illiberal policies of the Hungarian government. But this was the best known such program. Anyway, therefore, the neoliberal ideology was in fact predominant in the 1990s, and this eventually led to conservatism, populism, which you actually can see throughout, I dare say, throughout the world, not just Europe as a whole. But in Europe, and more specifically in Central and Eastern Europe, this also came about with nostalgia for the communist past. So it's kind of mixed as well. Excuse me. This conservative backlash regards women quite a lot because the neoliberal ideology, which was embraced by those countries after the 1990s, especially regarding women, but not just women, in the economy and political life and everywhere, actually produced this kind of populism, which addressed quite a lot of looked quite a lot at women's conditions and started regulating them once again. And again, the most extreme example comes from Poland. And here you actually can see some very good images from Poland, some answers that feminists and gender activists in Poland had, some responses they had for their own governments. In 2020, just last year, when they forced a law on women's reproductive rights and which took abortion outside law in Poland. In Hungary, illiberal regime, a lot of things happened, but one of the most horrifying things is that they banned what they call gender ideology altogether. So basically in Hungary, you cannot talk about gender at all, not in education. They had 2 gender programs. I explained about one of them, which was moved to Vienna because George Soros had the money to do it, and the other one was simply dismantled. It was also a gender program at Budapest University, one of the Budapest universities. So you cannot talk about gender. It's forbidden to talk about gender altogether in Hungary. As I said, Hungary is the most extreme example, but attempts to do that have been happening throughout the region, and Romania is one of them. Currently, such a law passed in the Romanian parliament last year, but fortunately the Constitutional Court of Romania decided that it was illegal for such a law to exist. So it repelled the law, but now Parliament are really trying to reignite this, so to have the law passed once again. In Poland, and again throughout the region, but again Poland is the most extreme example, they have this an intensification of the violent attacks against minorities, gay rights, transgender, non-binary identities. In Poland, they created these what they call the LGBT-free zones in more than 100 municipalities. So basically, they put this sign all over the place, and they explain that this is it. They cannot have it in Poland. They cannot have LGBTQ people in Poland in those municipalities. So this is what was called what throughout the region the neoliberal revolution, and it in the words of again this time two Polish feminists who wrote a book on that. The neoliberal revolution meant the dismantling of the, I'm quoting now, the dismantling of the socialist welfare state with its generous universal healthcare system, job security and state support for families, together with the destruction of community and tradition and the re-traditionalization of gender roles. And this is actually very interesting. In Hungary, another feminist called Eva Fodor calls the care-fair regime, focusing on what they call family protection measures and giving a lot of advantages, such as tax exemptions or points, vouchers for buying cars and appliances and things for families with more than 4 or 5 children. And of course, this is the best because this eliminates or it excludes women who are illiterate, women who come from ethnic minorities such as the Roma. They only address working class and middle class women in Hungary, not just any families or any women, just these ones. And another one is the Istanbul Convention. I'm sure you know about this, against all forms of violence against women. The trend in Central and Eastern Europe has been to oppose it. Currently, there are 10 countries in the European Union which have not ratified the Istanbul Convention yet, and 7 of those countries are from Central and Eastern Europe, so from the post-communist countries. And here on the left-hand side, you can see a march against the Istanbul Convention. So basically, they say stop the Istanbul Convention for a sovereign Croatia. So this is a picture from Croatia. And of course, here on the right-hand side, you have the opposite march. So the people who want the convention to be signed and ratified. And in the meantime, in the western part of the continent, there is a diversity of actions for women's rights, considered, of course, human rights, as we know. You probably know about the referendum for the right to abortion in Ireland, which followed the Repeal the Eighth campaign in 2018, just to name a few of the things that have been happening. Recognition of same-sex marriages in 15 European Union countries, so 15 EU countries, but none of them from Central and Eastern Europe. The European Commission, which is the governing force of the EU, published a list of actions to advance LGBTI equality in 2015, and they explain very clearly what the rights are. They also try to impose this throughout the continent. And here on the left-hand side, you can see the logo of a feminist political party. Some of you may know about this, the Feminist Initiative, which was founded in Sweden, but they are now currently trying to create such a party throughout the continent. So there's a lot of solidarity and a lot of movements throughout the continent, actually, I should say, in Central and Eastern Europe as well, in Western Europe, but with the promoters in Western Europe. There are differences between those two regions in terms of gender equality. And here you can see gender equality index, which is done every 2 years. This one is from last year, but it refers to 2018. The average of gender equality at the European Union level is, as you can see here, 67.9. But if you look carefully at the countries included here, you will see the discrepancy between Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe countries, with probably the notable exception of Greece, which is on the last place. You can see that all the other places, the last places, come from these countries in central, most of the post-communist countries, if you will. So, for example, Hungary, Romania is here, and all the others. These are the criteria which are taken into consideration when you do the gender index. And as you can see, women lag behind in the European Union, mostly at power, but they lag behind in everything, behind men. And of course, an extra burden was brought by the pandemic. And I will probably not stop too much on this, because quite obviously the situation is everywhere the same globally. You know, with women being on the forefront of fighting the pandemic in the what they call the essential, doing the essential work. Being the first to be affected in terms of health, not necessarily, as we know, men are the ones that are apparently, for unknown reasons, yet affected directly by the pandemic, but women also their health being affected in terms of, you know, reproductive rights and sexual rights and so on. Of course, women doing most of the unpaid care work for the extended families, and suffering gender-based violence, especially domestic violence. And generally speaking, in order to improve the situation of women in the EU, in the European Union, so in Europe, they thought about doing empowerment through technology. And in fact, this is, I'll just present some data from the continent. Throughout the continent, you can see that women represent 41% and men 59% of the scientists and engineers. So they're thinking that you know, empowerment through technology could work. We're not doing greatly, but we're not doing very badly either. And in terms of the countries in the region, the average, again, as I said, is 41%, but with a higher level, again, of some of the post-communist countries, due to what I was saying at the beginning, the gender equality, which they tried to introduce in communist times. At the same time, you know, at the European Union level, just addressing this technological part of the presentation, there are a lot of programs through which they try to do empowerment. There's something which is called the Horizon 2020 program, in which they try to remove gender barriers. We'll see how much they succeed. To achieve parity, this is the aim in STEM and engineering professions, but also they try to understand the gender differences in scientific research. So they're conducting research to look at scientific research. And I showed you the Eurostat data, and this is actually the conclusion. The conclusion is that there is a flip side in everything, of course, and a flip side of both the global pandemic and the gender backlash. I think so. The flip side is the impetus that that feminism and gender activism actually got globally, also in Europe, and how I think we are seeing throughout the continent more solidarity among its, you know, Western feminists and Eastern feminists. The Eastern feminists have found a clearer voice, I think. They managed to voice their own type of feminism, which is maybe a little bit different from the Western one. But there is support from both sides. And there are a lot of ways in which the support is and solidarity are manifested through letters of support and having the same, mirroring the same rallies and demonstrations which are happening in the continent. But also what I think is extremely interesting is that feminists in Central and Eastern Europe especially are trying to get a lot of inspiration from women's movements globally, not just Western Europe. So we're looking quite closely at what is happening in India, for example, in South America and Africa, with, for example, Argentina and Mexico, the movements they have had there very recently. So, of course, the aim, as I said at the very beginning, is to, to hope that we are going to have a better future together as feminists. So thank you. That was the presentation. I'm waiting for the questions and answers session now and ready to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Majia, please.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Professor Manrescu. That was an exhilarating session, and I'm sure there are more enlightened by this talk. Extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Manrescu for this especially informative session. Now we move on to the much awaited interactive session, which will be conducted right now. So we are waiting for the questions to pop up. I hope the participants have noted the questions, and please post them in the chat box right now so we can present them to the plenary speaker.
Now I'm Dr. Krishna Namboothiri, who welcomes you. Can you hear me? Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you hardly, but
not only an academician but a social worker. You are a member of NGO, in a society for the men for feminist analysis, right? How
yes.
far these social activities of NGOs have helped improve the situation of women in Europe? And are you, in fact, satisfied with the activities of NGOs and women organizations? And you, in fact, you are an editor-in-chief of the academic journal Synergy, and your experience, from your experience, what do you think?
Yes, well, there are very many types of NGOs, and quite a lot of them in this area of gender and women, helping women throughout Europe. And in what I have to say is that in Central and Eastern Europe, in the last decade or so, in the past few years, the situation has been that because of the illiberal policies of different governments, and again, this differs from country to country, but throughout the region as a whole, I can draw the same conclusion that due to the illiberal policies of the governments, the situation of NGOs has gone from bad to worse. So they couldn't really address women's issues too much because they couldn't exist, really. They fought, and they have been fighting for their existence. I don't know the situation in India, but I'm assuming that from the nods of some of the people in the audience, I can see that it is similar. So they really tried to, the governments, that they have really been trying to dismantle the NGOs because for different reasons, and they created the kind of atmosphere in the media and in the population, so that people don't trust them. People think that they may be agents of other powers, fighting some kind of fight which is not really for the betterment of the situation of women, but for their own special interests. So there is this situation. But in spite of all that, and in spite of the increased bureaucracy, a lot of documents, even now in the pandemic, you have to physically produce documents, depose documents, take documents from one office and move the same document to another office at the other end of your county or town, and so on. So despite all these things, I think most of the NGOs have managed to fulfill their role and to do what they had to do, and helping the situation of the vulnerable parts of the society, vulnerable women, for example, who sexual workers who live in very bad conditions. There is a lot of trafficking going on in Europe, in between the eastern part and the western part. A lot of women are trafficked, taken for doing sexual work in other parts of the continent. And instead of the situation, they are managing to survive and to do meaningful work. I could see one of the questions referred to regulating. I'm also keeping an eye on the questions here on controlling women's reproductive rights. And somebody says, I will refer, as I said, the situation in Romania is the most extreme. In 1966, a law was passed, and as I explained, it aimed to control women's reproduction really closely, and they were actually kind of labeling this, in very patriotic and nationalist ideas of, having children for the country and so on. And in fact, they were they set up a mechanism of control against women and against families, but against women in general, women specifically, which led to the official figures are 10,000 women who died due to illegal abortions and illegal contraception. Also, a lot of children were left in orphanages and deserted, sometimes because their mother died and so on. So it was a very complicated time. The policy didn't succeed. I mean, it only succeeded temporarily, so that people who were born in between 1967 and 1972 were a very big generation. But after 1972, this went down, and the law was in place up until 1989. Just so that you can imagine, from 1966 to 1989, there was absolutely no contraception legal in Romania. Other attempts at controlling reproductive rights, where, for example, there are some feminists who have documented this. Forced sterilization of Roma women in Czechoslovakia. Apparently, when they went and they had children in hospitals, because this what happened, and I'm now talking about the communist time, so pre-1999, these women were sterilized without their knowledge, and the phenomenon is really not, we don't really know, we don't have much data on it. It's not very much researched. But they did it specifically against an ethnic group, which is Roma women. So it was specifically done. And there are voices, there are feminists who say that this actually happened throughout the region, not just in Czechoslovakia, but we only have data from Czechoslovakia. The bad thing is that this is happening now. I mean, as feminists in Central and Eastern Europe, we are seeing this again, and it's a deja vu. You know, we see this happening in countries like Poland and so on. There are attempts everywhere to regulate women's reproductive rights. So this is actually, well, we see it throughout the world, to be honest. I mean, you can see what is going on in the United States as well. But in Europe, generally, especially in Western Europe, the things are going better but in Central and Eastern Europe, they're not. We go backwards. So that's why I said, you know, it's very diverse and sometimes contradictory.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question that has come up in the comment section. I'll read it out. It's from Mr. Rahul Raj R. The question is, the forced representation of minorities and women in popular media and their tokenization, how does it hinder real progress?
Well, it does, doesn't it? Yes, it's very complicated. In countries in the region, I think tokenization is an issue, a very big issue. But generally speaking, I think in neoliberal regimes, this is the situation in which you get one member of a minority, and if they manage to succeed, you say, well, this was open to everybody. If this person succeeded, then anybody could succeed, and this is what is going on in the region. I think it's very, very problematic. This whole idea of you know, meritocracy, which is the opposite of what we had before. They say, well, you need to be meritocratic to have a certain position. And look, if a member of a minority or a woman managed to do it, because we have these laws, but the laws are, you know, just empty shells. They're just laws that are not really implemented and not really followed by institutions. Then anybody can do it, and it's very difficult to actually fight this. I don't know if you manage to do it in a better way, where we're really trying to explain and to educate the larger public. It's very complicated to do it, but there is a very strong opposition to it, you know, and I think it's you know, the influence, I suppose the greatest influence is the United States and what they have there, and this whole idea, you know, the American dream, which somehow for Europe, you know, some oppose this, but most of the people, I suppose, think it is a very good ideal to follow. And because of that, tokenism is also difficult to fight.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question.
Yeah. In the chat box, I have written my question about that for fighting against the neoliberal onslaught on women's rights. Do you think World Social Forum, which emerged as an alternative, do you think is it still effective globally, or transnational feminist initiatives, which you talked about recently in the context of Corona pandemic? Yeah. But what are the global initiatives which are fundable to fight against the neoliberal, and which are gender sensitive, not only talking about the workers' rights, but also the women's rights?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this question. I really do believe in solidarity, in global solidarity of feminists, and I do believe that we can learn from each other. And I think, yeah, in theory, I strongly believe in transnational activism. I think this could work, and this is something really valuable, and in principle. And then, of course, it really depends how we implement this and how we put it into practice. But I really trust that we can do it to be meaningful to all of us. So yes, I personally, I'm a supporter of transnational ideas and global support, and I think we I can see it in the movement, the feminist movement in Europe now, how we get a lot of ideas, as I said, from India and from South America. You know, I don't know if you probably know this, El Violador Eres Tú, the movement that they had, the rapist is you, the kind of movement they started in South America, and the Me Too movement in the United States, and all of those. And I think they are important. And yes, the platform that you're talking about could work. I think it should work.
Yeah, against World Economic Forum, World Social Forum, by the progressive organization.
Yes, it's difficult sometimes to. I think it's difficult sometimes to fight neoliberalism and illiberalism with their own. You know, they create these institutions, and then what do? You try to fight them from inside somehow. I mean, I don't know. I'm very. I'm not very sure of this kind of. What do you think?
Let many flowers bloom. I think we should all work at our level, create a level playing field, and then interact in solidarity. And at the time of this thing, the mutual solidarity and the solidarities across multiple marginalities, I think that is a better way of doing. There is more equality, more dignity, even instead of a centralized structure. I am also against, and the feminist movement as such is against centralized structures, which are top down. No? When you have experienced it bitterly in the post-World War period, so I fully endorse this.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question in the chat box. It says, in some African cultures, there is still happening exploitation of women, such as genital mutilations. And how can we say that all get the privileges and rights claimed by feminists and activists?
I'm not sure what the question is. I mean, yes, I know that. Yes, it's true. A lot of genital mutilations are happening, and a lot of horrible things are happening to women throughout the world, and not just in African cultures, of course, it's genital mutilations, but in some Arabic countries, there are other issues and so on. And then all of us, I suppose, in our own environment, we have to deal with them. And that's why I suppose intersectionalism is a good concept to approach this, because we really need to look at the specific situations of groups of women and vulnerable women everywhere and address them specifically, rather than try to impose Western ideas of, you know, feminism and activism, and this has worked for me, so therefore it should work for you. So I think in Central and Eastern Europe, we're very aware. I mean, us as feminists, we're very much aware of those issues, and the fact that you know, we really need to listen to specific issues of women and feminists in different parts of the world and address them, as I said, specifically. So I have no solution for genital mutilation, except that, you know, I oppose it. But and there are lots of things, like, for example, Professor Patel was speaking earlier of what is happening in India and in other parts of the world with gender selection and all these. There are other issues in other parts of the world as well.
Thank you,
We
ma'am.
need to listen. We need to listen to local feminists and local. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's why intersectionality works the best.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question by Amrita V. Salim. She says, Joe McCarroll, an anti-abortion campaigner in Ireland, has argued that the unborn are the weakest of the weak, and the right to life is the most fundamental of human rights. So it is appropriate and necessary in a democracy to have legal protection for the right to life of the unborn. How do you agree with this, and what is your opinion about abortion and reproductive freedom of women?
Well, we know the issue, don't we? I mean, on the one hand, there are the ones who believe in the rights of the women to decide upon their own bodies, and on the other hand are the ones who support the lives of the unborn children as, you know, valid lives which need to be supported. And I don't think we can correlate the two. I mean, you either support one or the other. I don't see how we can support both. I mean, I do understand, and I am trying to listen to all sorts of arguments, but I am a pro-choice supporter, so I am going to to be for the rights of the women to decide upon their own bodies, and this is my position. So it's very difficult to actually support the other, the position of the unborn children at the same time. I do understand that there are religious, you know, religious, I suppose, ideas behind this, and you know, that's what makes feminism so great, that there is no one type of feminism. There are different types of feminisms, and we can coexist, and we can sort of understand each other's ideas and maybe disagree, but at the same time, you know, as Vibhuti, my friend Vibhuti, said earlier, you know, there are let everybody coexist in this world. There's place in the world for all of us. But thank you for the question. It's a difficult one.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we've come to the end of questions for now. Yes. I can't find any more questions in the chat box. I do have a question myself. Like we are currently in a world that is so technologically advanced and academically advanced, philosophically, I may say. So we are at a place where we are going to the post of everything. There is post-truth, post-theory, and we are going beyond the classifications. And at the same time, there is this tendency throughout the world to go back to a more conservative perspective and go back the whole way that we've come from. Does that make being a feminist a very difficult person to be right now?
Yes, I think it is a very difficult position to be a feminist, especially in, yeah, I suppose throughout the world, but in my part of the world, in Central and Eastern Europe, it is a difficult position to be in. It has been difficult since the 1990s. As I said, before that, we didn't really have, I mean, we had some feminists, obviously, but not a movement as such, because it couldn't exist. It wasn't allowed at that time. But after the 1990s, we could hear a lot of prominent women politicians or women artists and so on, beginning their public speeches with, "I'm not a feminist," but, you know, so I'm not a feminist. So stating that they are not feminists. So it is very, very difficult to actually say you are a feminist. And I am actually, you know, being a feminist since the 1990s, when I was very young. I was your age, I was at university. I could see how this has developed, and I can see that now there are more feminists, obviously, than there were in the 1990s, and it is more diverse, the feminist space. I mean, there is liberal feminism and Marxist feminism and even radical feminist, and all types of lesbian feminism in the region. So that's actually very good. I think it is very good. So I think I'm optimistic for the future, but right now I think it is very difficult to promote oneself as a feminist. But I think we should do it, and we should present ourselves as feminists and state that we are feminists, and have a good public discourse. And in this way, you know, people, I suppose, are going to be perhaps attracted to it and understand that feminism ultimately is accepting that women and men should have the same rights. And there's nothing wrong with feminism. That's what it is. Just accepting that we should have the same rights as men.
Ma'am? I'm Dr. Pratibha from Shivaji University. Just I want to ask one question that population control programs, irrespective of all the countries, whether they can protect the reproductive rights of women, ma'am, or how
If
they
the how the sorry, I'm not sure. If these programs can protect the reproductive rights of women, was that the question?
Reproductive rights of women and population policy or programs of nations, ma'am.
If they can protect the reproductive rights of women,
There are,
it really, yeah. It really depends on how we look at the issue. I mean, I'm sure that in Hungary, as I said, now they have this. They are trying to promote the, as they call them, the rights of the family. So they want women to have as many children as possible. I'm sure they believe in their own hearts that they help the reproductive rights of women, and the same in Poland. You know, with abortion and you know, forbidding abortion even in the worst situation. I mean, in cases of incest and in cases of, you know, they still think that you shouldn't have abortion. So I'm sure they believe again that they are helping the it would really help to define what we understand by that. So I suppose it's kind of difficult to answer this question. I think women should be, as I said earlier, I think I'm a pro-choice person, so I think women should be free to decide upon their own bodies. And as public policies go, I think public policies should reflect that. But this is just my position. It definitely is not the position of the government in the region, because they're really trying to control it, either but generally to make women have as many children as possible, and to go back, as Nazar, I suppose, or Najia Nazar was saying earlier, trying to get women to go back to a more conservative role, to stay at home, to raise the family, not to be out in the public. So for us, this is going backwards, of course. That's what I think. So it's complicated to think in terms of, you know, yeah, how are the governments going to help reproductive rights?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't know if this really answered your question.
No.
Okay. I tried.
Okay.
Yeah, let us wind up the session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I hope the questions. We can't find any more questions in the chat box, so I hope it is. We can wind up our session right now.
Yes.
All right. So let's move on to the next event. So thank you, Professor Marinescu, for clearing the doubts and giving us more insights. It was really informative. I'm sure everyone had a delightful session, and like all the good things, this session too has come to an end. Now I invite Ms. Sarita M., Assistant Professor, Department of English, SD College, Alappuzha, to formally wind up and deliver the vote of thanks for this fruitful plenary session.
Thank you, Najia. We have just listened to one of the most informative and engaging sessions on feminism. Actually, Professor Marinescu started off by making a clear-cut distinction between feminist activism in the eastern and western parts of Europe, and by making a very drawing an interesting parallel between post-colonialism and post-communism. She has helped us identify with the situation prevailing in the eastern and central parts of Europe. She has touched upon almost all issues pertaining to gender, not just the issues of women, but also of the LGBTQ communities. She has highlighted the intolerance, the global intolerance that is being faced by gender activists. Thank you, ma'am, for the session. I'm formally moving towards my duty on behalf of Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha, Kerala, and on behalf of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. And let me not leave out, on behalf of all the participants present here, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Marinescu for this engaging session. She has been kind enough to have a dialogue with all of us. She has been patiently answering all our questions. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Let me also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, my senior colleague at the Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Kerala, for his wonderful introductory remarks and the welcome address. I also take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders of the Beti Bachao Abhiyan at the Shivaji University, Kolhapur, all those who have worked behind the materialization of this international virtual conference, and my own colleagues at the Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha, for their support, encouragement, and the undaunting passion with which they are pursuing this. Thank you, all of you. Let me not leave out the delegates and the participants who are the charm of the sessions. You have sent in your abstracts, you're making presentations, you are involving in interactions, and you actually bring this conference alive. So thank you. A big thank you to all the delegates and the participants. And if I have left anyone out, let me apologize and thank each and every one of them on behalf of Sanatana Dharma College and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Thanks, all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarita. Now, with this, we come to the end of the second plenary session, and I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say this was a brilliant session. Now, before we wind up, let me also inform the participants that the technical session number 4, 5, and 6 will commence shortly. Participants kindly note, the 3 parallel sessions will be conducted simultaneously across 3 Google Meet sessions, which will include paper presentations by participants from across the world. So make sure you attend these. The technical session number 4 will commence shortly in this Google section. The links for the other 2 are provided in the Telegram group. And with that, I once again assert what a wonderful session we had. I now formally conclude this session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roxana. Thank you, the organizer. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Prasida Verma, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. I hope all the paper presenters are here. Miss Haripriya VT, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Gina Johnson.
Yes, Lakshmi, I am.
Miss Arati, yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Miss Akila, you.
Yes, I'm here.
Miss Benasir Banu.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Evangeline Priscilla.
Yeah, we are presenting it together.
Okay, okay. Miss Leena R. Pillai.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ma'am, shall I begin the?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said, culture does not make people. People make culture. If it is true that the full humanity of women is not our culture, then we can and must make it our culture. I am Lakshmi J. Mohan, first year MA English student of SD College Alapura, and I welcome you all to the technical session 4 of the 2-day virtual international conference on gender studies post 1990s, technological encounters and narratives of empowerment, organized by the PG Department of English, Sanadana Dharma College, Alapura, in collaboration with Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. In this session, we'll have the presentations of various papers on the thrust areas of gender studies that we have received from various faculty, research scholars, and students from across the world that will surely uplift our awareness of gender-related issues. Today, we have Srimati R. Prasida Verma, former Associate Professor, Department of English, SD College, Alapura, on the chair. The 7 paper presenters of the session are Ms. Haripriya VT, MA English student of Sri Kerala Verma College, Thrissur. Ms. Gina Johnson, MA English student, SD College, Alapura. Ms. Arati S, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SD College, Alapura. Ms. Akhila U, MA English student, Calicut University, Malappuram. Ms. Benasir Banu, Research Scholar, VIT Vellore. Dr. Evangeline Priscilla, Assistant Professor, VIT Vellore, and Ms. Leena R. Pillai, Lecturer, Department of English, SD College, Alapura. Please remember that each presentation will be for 5 to 7 minutes to avoid overstepping the time limit. Before we get into the session, I request all the participants to mute your audio and video to ensure better clarity. After each paper presentation, we'll be having a discussion. We would encourage all of your presence in the discussion. Questions can be posted in the comment section or can be asked directly. Once again, I welcome you all to the session. I now invite Srimati R. Prasida Verma on the chair to make the introductory remarks and initiate the proceedings. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Lakshmi. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of you. We are at the beginning of technical session number 4. And before we cannot begin this session without expressing our gratitude to the students, scholars, and academicians attending this conference today. Undoubtedly, your research is adding to our knowledge of the world. When it comes to research, especially in humanities, scholars are required to ask serious questions about the state of affairs of the world in which we are living in. In fact, the topic of this conference today is one that is incredibly relevant in today's world. I'm especially excited by this session of papers as they offer valuable insights into feminist theory and popular culture. It's important that we understand how our society reacts to the representation of women in popular culture. We'll delay no more. Without further delay, let us pass on to the sessions. As Lakshmi had already said, we have 6 presentations today, and I call upon Haripriya VT to present her paper on casteism and gender disparity in Indian society, a study through the movie Pava Kadaigal. Haripriya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay. A warm good evening to one and all. I am Haripriya VT, final year MA English student from Sri Kerala College. I'm here to present a paper titled Casteism and Gender Disparity in Indian Society, a study through the movie Pavakadekal. Every Indian youngster dreams to have a secular country without inequalities. But the anthology movie Pavakadekal, translated as Sin Stories, shows how utopian that dream is. The movie shows a realistic view of Indian culture, which is rigidly rooted in caste and gender discriminations. The extent to which the lower caste people and gender minorities are marginalized is shown in a very realistic tone. Pavakadegal is an anthology movie, consists of 4 movies. The last movie of the anthology, Or Iravu, directed by Vetrimaran, is a portrayal of a real-life incident happened in Tamil Nadu. The social evil of honor killing is shown in the movie when a pregnant woman is killed by her own father as she married a man from lower caste. The second movie of the anthology, Love Panna Utranam, directed by Vignesh Shivan, is also the depiction of a similar social evil. Both movies are alike, where the fathers kill their own daughters for their honor. The movies become different in style of storytelling. Vignesh Shivan uses a dark humor style to lighten the cruel mood of the storyline. The extent to which homosexuality is unacceptable in the society too is put in discussion here. Love Panna Utranam, directed by Vignesh Shivan, tells the story of twin sisters. The movie itself starts with showing the hypocrisy of Veerasimhan, in turn referring to the Hippocratic Society as a whole. He and his people know that it is a modern society and they are out to show the secularism yet are not be able to practice it. It is seen when they arrange an intercaste marriage just to show off before the society and kill off the same couple in it. The next day itself, his own daughter proclaims her love towards their driver, who is belonging to lower caste and class. Veerasimhan, being a reputed person in the society, plots to deal with it tactically. He murders the driver and his family without getting his own hands dirty. Then he kills his own daughter too, which was so horrible. The movie shows the power relation bounded to caste and class. This movie portrays the violence carried out by a certain set of people against those who are told to be inferior to them. The so-called honor is given more important than human relations. And where father kills his own daughter, society will never accept on intercaste marriage, in turn making the family unable to accept it. They decide it is better to kill own daughter than ruining family's honor and reputation. It's not just a story, but a representative of many such incidents taking place even now in India. Gender politics is another discussed theme of the movie. The twin sisters are portrayed in different manner, one with the father in India, one away from the father living in abroad. To represent two opposite cultural identities, Adi, who lives with the father in a typical Indian girl who has limited freedom and exposure and is just bound to obey all the instructions laid down by her father. Yet she is struggling to confide in her father about personal problems and relationships. It is expected from a woman to seek permission from everyone, even to choose her own life partner. Even Jodi, being a self-sufficient, independent modern woman, struggles to do the same thing. It shows even the postmodern society, it is not devoid of sexism and casteism prevailing in India for a long time. This movie is just a light-hearted presentation of such a cruel society. Jodi had to take up a fake homosexual relationship to avoid confrontation of her father about her intercaste relationship. Homosexuality is taken because it is more intolerable yet unspoken about. But the homosexual relationship is sexually exploited by Veerasimhan's henchman, Narikoti. They were just trying to satisfy their stinky sexual repression. The character, Bharani, says, both of them belong to the same caste. They are women. Get them together. Your only problem is caste, right? This shows there are more than one thing the society doesn't approve of. Homosexuality is one among them. Father says that he didn't expect such disobedience from a good girl. It is ironic that an obedient girl who is a victim of patriarchal society is categorized as a good girl, whereas a girl with her own identity and individuality is outcasted. We see a daughter who is begging for her life to the person who gave her life, her father. The last movie of the anthology, Or Iravu, directed by Vetrimaran, is a portrayal of a real-life incident happened in Tamil Nadu. Sumati is banned from her own home because she eloped with a lower caste man. She did so because she knew that telling her father about her relationship may cause that to her husband's life.
Marrying outside rigid caste boundaries is still considered to be a taboo in most parts of India, which can lead to inter-community violence. We can see the hesitation of Janaki Raman to accept his son-in-law first. From this scene, we can understand that it is very difficult for a person like him, one with rigid caste consciousness, to drink water offered by a lower caste person. He came to take them back home, but he actually still holds the grudge against his daughter for being the wife of a lower caste man. Consider killing a person to be a better idea than letting that person to live the way they like. This movie is based on a real life incident, so we cannot blind ourselves to the social evil here. Killing woman itself is unbearable that to a pregnant woman is more than horrible. We see a patriarchal figure in Prakash Raj's character, both as a father and as a husband. He is not listening to his wife or daughter because he thinks they are inferior to him and he is in charge of deciding and executing anything in house. Just as the former film discussed, this film also shows a picture of a daughter begging for her life to her father because she is not only begging for her own life but also for her unborn child's life. A father who is trying to kill her own daughter and mother begging for her unborn child's life is shown simultaneously to compare and contrast. Sumati's sister or envious of her personal opinions and freedom, to which she responds that good education can provide a woman everything she wants. Her father had stopped her sister's education while allowing her brother to continue his study, even though he was ashamed of his sister's elopement. This is the general attitude of Indian traditional family that education will spoil a girl child, but education is actually empowering women, which scares the patriarchal society. Films have always been a mirror reflecting the actual image of our society. Vetrimaran and Vignesh Shivan clearly depicted the worst real incidents that are happening around our country in the name of gender, caste, and community. In our country, women's social worth is evaluated and sanctioned by her family, society, community, workplace, etc. Honor killing, caste, and gender are interconnected to input a whole evilness into the society. For the figures of both these movies are actually helpless victims of these socially constructed evils. These societal wrongs must be questioned and this social status should be shattered. This movie throws light upon these dark realities to question it. I just want to stress the sad fact that people still consider honor and reputation to be more important than the lives of their loved ones. The anthology film Pava Kadaigal brings out this sad reality of the society and is very much successful and a mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haripriya. That was a very good presentation about the movie Pava Kadaigal, which is actually, as you said, 4 mini movies stringed together by the common theme of honor and self-defense. Now, I'll just initiate a discussion here. We'll have a discussion, and I hope people who have questions to ask, not to overstep our time limit, because we have to complete it, finish it off in an hour's time. Okay, just one little question that I must ask you. Ms. Haripriya, do you believe that there is a caste deficiency in Indian feminism? As in, is it possible for Indian feminism to acquire its full form without relevant questions and discussions regarding caste?
Sorry, ma'am, can you repeat the question, please?
Pardon?
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, all right. That is, I want to know whether you believe that there is a caste deficiency in Indian feminism. That is it possible for Indian feminism to acquire its full form without a discussion, without asking questions or without having discussions on caste, discussions regarding caste?
Ma'am, I think when we
So
talk
that
about
we,
feminism,
one of the, yeah, go ahead, Priya.
ma'am, I think when we talk about feminism, we have to stress upon the caste also, because females are always put as under the lower part of every area in our country. If that woman is belongs to a lower caste too, it is so horrible to a woman to overcome her situations. So when we talk about feminism, so we have to stress the caste also, because a woman have to face a lot of problems regarding caste. If she belongs to a lower caste, it is too much horrible for her.
Yes, so you believe that it is adequately represented, or is it underrepresented? Is there an underrepresentation of the of this problem when we talk about, because this is one issue that is relevant only in India, where we have this system of caste. Do you think it is underrepresented?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, Haripriya. Are there other questions to Haripriya?
Are we having any other questions? If you have questions, kindly post it in the comment section, or you can ask it directly. Ma'am, I think we are not having any.
All right. I suppose we don't have any more questions for Haripriya. Shall we call the next presenter, Gina Johnson? Gina Johnson I call upon Gina Johnson to present her paper on subverting Bollywood trends, post-globalized women on screen. Welcome, Gina.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gina Johnson, and my paper is Subverting Bollywood Trends, Post-Globalized Women on Screen. So, even in the postmodern era, the stereotypical notions of gender has occupied a significant place, which in turn tries to stabilize the hierarchical nature of power relationship between the genders. And cinema has been the biggest player in this arena, both reflecting and transcending the stereotypical notions ascribed to each gender. Now, Bollywood has been highly criticized for projecting and implanting stereotypical gender roles into the minds of its audience. But with changing times, the Bollywood has taken up to a new method of storytelling, subverting the male oriented, the patriarchal, and the globalized culture that it usually upholds. Now we have come a long way from the on-screen pleading woman of the 1970s who scream and weep to others to save her from troubles. Also, the traditional girl who is given full mark by the society and who gets ultimately picked by the hero. Not to forget the mother prototypes who always choose others' happiness over themselves and who spends most of their time in the kitchen preparing favorite dishes for their sons. We also have the stereotypical concept of the vamps who are purely meant to torture the good girls. But Bollywood now is trying to keep stereotypes at bay by portraying more empowered women who break free from the society's perfect woman shell. And these stories are all about the post globalized woman. And my paper takes into account the films released after 2010, namely Lust Stories, Thappad, and Gunjan Saxena, The Kargil Girl. Now, Lust Stories is a Netflix anthology of four segments that has a new take on the woman's sexuality, morality, freedom, and control. We have Anurag Kashyap's Kalanti, played by Radhika Apte, who is a college professor and who seeks to explore the new layers of life. She's a free spirited, at times maniac, and leads a bohemian way of life. Kalanti is nowhere near the image of a teacher or a professor that you expect and construct. Okay, so Kalanti has an illegal sexual relationship with one of her students. Okay, and she is not apologetic of it. Okay, so that's how she is. And next we have Dibakar Banerjee's Reena, who is played by Manisha Koirala. She is a married woman who has an illicit relationship with her husband's best friend. Okay, and unlike the mother prototypes, Reena is a negligent mother, an unconcerned wife who chooses her own way of life and thereby her sexual freedom. Reena is like the master of her own destiny, and nobody has a say in the way she choose to live her life. When we compare both Kalanti and Reena, they are a far cry from the ideal Sadi Savitri wives that one expects women to be. Moving on, we have Karan Johar's Santya, played by Kiara Advani, who is also a school teacher who has her own sexual desire but is disappointed every time by her sexually incompetent husband. And the Santya's dependence on a vibrator to fulfill her desires is controversial on screen, but at the same time, it speaks volume about a serious and unjust issue that women are expected to tolerate and not complain about. So, lest stories thus portray the liberating power of subversion through these women characters who goes to any extent to satisfy their physical and mental needs, and who is not afraid to talk about what upsets them, and who stands up for themselves. Okay, moving on to the next film is that is Thappad, directed by Anubhav Sinha. It deals with the impact of a slap that changed things upside down for a married couple. So, Amrita's husband Vikram slaps her amidst a party, supposedly organized to celebrate his career, and Amrita is burdened by that slap, and she is choosing to end her married life. And of course, the society blames her, and they began to say things like, it's just a slap, you have to move on. Because everybody expects women to go on with her life as if nothing happened, because women are meant to tolerate it. And Amrita is like, no, I'm going to divorce this man. And it may seem funny, and it may seem that Amrita is overreacting, but actually, that slap opened her eyes to all the unfair things she chose to accept in her course of married life. And Amrita thus decides to go after or go forward with the divorce, even when she was pregnant with Vikram's child. And in the end, we see Amrita's mother and also her mother-in-law apologizing to her on behalf of a society that was so busy in setting limitations for a girl that they forgot their sons how to behave. It is the fault of so many mothers who accept their fates silently, not daring to raise their voice when faced with unfair treatment. So this character of Amrita shows that women should rise above an unfair world that normalizes slapping a woman and expect her to be tolerant. Now, moving on to my last movie, that is the Gunjan Saxena, The Kargil Girl, directed by Sharan Sharma, which is actually inspired by the real life story of the former helicopter pilot Gunjan Saxena, who was the first of the two women to fly into a compact zone during the Kargil War of the 1999. Now, in a world where dreams are defined by gender roles, laughs while her skilled hands meticulously controls the cheetah helicopters. Much to the surprise of everybody, Gunjan Saxena dreams to fly planes rather than take jobs solely meant for women, or jobs allocated to women by the society. Her famous question makes its appearance: "Log kya kahenge?" What will the society say? And Gunjan chose to ignore this question, and much to the disappointment of her mother and brother, and with constant support from her father, she achieves her dream. And the field, the career she chose for her is not easy. There also she is facing some gender discrimination, but in the end, Gunjan proves them all wrong. She bravely flies a cheetah helicopter to the war zone and contributes to India's victory in the Kargil war by carrying out 40 successful missions. And those hands who dismissed Gunjan and underestimated her finally claps and salute her victory. So, in an environment where society expects girls to marry and be the best housewife and ace in the art of making perfect round rotis, Gunjan goes after her dreams, and she is a living proof that women are no less capable and anybody can be whatever they want to be. After all, the plane doesn't care who is flying it, it just flies. So, all these movies have taken up a different route from the masala movies of Bollywood, set strongly in patriarchal overtones. These movies stand out in that they are not high budget films with mainstream superstars, but nevertheless has an impressive cast with strong women who is bold enough to subvert the cliche Bollywood trends. You know, and Bollywood has carried this changing face of women in a way that inspires its global audience. And Kalanti, Reena, Santya, Amrita, and Gunjan are victims who one day decided to be the heroines of their own life. And these films take a woman's perspective in their story and characterization. So that's it. That's about my topic. Like these movies inspires others to stand up for ourselves. Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is Gina's paper on subverting Bollywood trends, post-globalized women on screens. This paper, Gina's paper, discussed women who are self-sufficient, who are empowered, who are bold enough to declare what they want and all that. Just a different take. It's just a point of discussion. It's just a thought that passed my mind. We have seen women being represented, or feminists, women who are feminists, being represented as characters to be ridiculed, or characters that provide comic relief in Indian films. For example, I'll talk about movies that were taken in the good old days, where we see women being called society women, society lady.
Yes.
Okay, where we see them wearing goggles and sleeveless, as if that is what symbolizes, or that is the representation of a feminist. Now, why do you think we find that even now also? We find that in movies that are taken today also, in these times also. Now, do you think there's a reason why we are still getting such movies? I know it's just about asking you by way of discussion. It's not interrogation. I'm just asking you by way of discussion. Do you see any reason why such things happen even now?
Yes, ma'am. When you said this, what crossed my mind is the actress Kalpana in the Malayalam film industry. She was like the typical, she was always casted for this typical society woman roles, the comic roles. But as the time changed, we see Kalpana as a very strong woman in the movie Charlie.
प्रेझेंटेशन असं सुरू असू दे.
Okay.
आवाज
Hello?
Okay, hello. Go on.
Yes. So, as you said, of course, women are very much objectified in the movies, and they are also set up for, and they actually have mainstream roles other than the side characters. So far, and
Yeah,
questions.
yeah. See, one reason I find is I think for this maybe what we call the waning privilege syndrome. Yeah? You see, those who feel that they are they're losing their privileges, they're losing their importance. Stand on the other side. It's one way of defending themselves, going on the offensive. I think it's that.
Yeah.
Any other questions to Gina?
डायरेक्ट कुठं ती लिंक हा हो नेट नाही तिथं आवाज जास्त
Something wrong here. We have someone else presenting.
YouTubeचा
Ma'am, I think Dr. PB Desai hasn't muted her audio.
आणि ते युट्यूबला टाकलेलं का नाही नव्हतं ते स्ट्रीमिंग केल्यासारखं होत होतं खूप छान त्यांनी अरेंजमेंट खूप छान केलेत काय पण असं
Dr. PB Desai.
Dr. Desai, mute the.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Desai. Oh, yes, she has muted her audio.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for Gina? Are there more questions for Gina?
I guess not.
Any points for discussion with Gina? I don't think there are any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so shall we pass on to the next paper?
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Gina. For the next presentation, I call upon Ms. Arati S. Her paper on tracing the trajectories of gender and explication of social imagining concept of her. Welcome, Arati.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all. Respected Chair, dear Pratibha, ma'am, and fellow participants. So I'm so glad to present. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I'm so glad to present my paper titled Tracing the Trajectories of Gender and Explication of Social Imaginary Concept of Her. So according to Stephen Hawking, I quote, science fiction is useful both for stimulating the imagination and for diffusing the fear. So this fear, it has been accentuated by the man-machine interface and the newly invented post-human gender. It's a gentering the digital. Gentering the digital is an amalgamation of our subjectivity and the deeper normative notions of society that we inhabit. So let me move on to the concept of social imaginary. It's a concept put forward by a Canadian philosopher named Charles Taylor. It explicates that the set of values, morals, and the laws through which the people imagine their social world. And in this present scenario, especially the films, which are known as the seventh art, films, they have represented and resonated the cultural phenomenon of the time, and thus it circulated in the discourse. Films leverage the internalization of the social imaginary to a great extent. So through films, we get to know, okay, these are the things that we should believe, or these are the things that we imagine ourselves, or we imagine our own social world to a great extent. So I have taken the American movie, which has won the Academy Award for the original screenplay. Her, it's directed by Spike Jones, and it features a female artificial intelligence in the perspective of a traditional patriarchal purpose of owning a female companion who's anytime available and obedient to man. So her it picturizes Samantha, that is a name of an operating system, it's an OS, as a female voice assistant who fulfills the concept of a perfect woman companion to a man. So by adhering to the misogynist ways, and especially in the sci-fi movies, they're considered to be films that travel ahead of time for the same reasons, like they're fully equipped with the future technologies with amazing innovations. But they still follow that it's quite disappointing that they still follow some of the prescribed gender roles for women, which is quite disappointing as such. And in this particular paper, I tried to delve into the areas of the social conditioning and the stereotype tendencies in the portrayal of the post-human gender. That is gendering the digital here. The Samantha, the OS is being gendered as a stereotyped woman character. So the commonality, especially when we talk about the post-human gender, the commonality between, as you see in Alexa, Siri, the Google Assistant, is that they have a female voice as the primary option, and they're all served as the digital servants aimed at the mass market audience. So though they lack bodies, these artificial intelligent programs, they represent a competent, reliable, and efficient woman. And this perfect woman without a body serves her user without fail by reminding what she's supposed to remind, directing as she was supposed to do, and delivering the information as part of her job. So this is a traditional gender stereotyping when we can imagine only women in that position and not men. So the actual reason behind making the promotion of the female shaped robots like Sophia and all those humanoids and gynoids, then male robot is that they assume women as a socially subordinate class and is less intimidating than men. This is also the reason where the pre-recorded voices from the telecom systems, them being female than not male. So these are Sarah's instances. So let me move on to some instances in this particular American movie directed by Spike Jonze, released in the year 2013. Instances in which we have internalized this social imaginary concepts. So as I've mentioned, here is a sci-fi movie there. It's all about Samantha, the female voice assistant. And here in this particular movie, Theodore is a protagonist. He's a main character, the male character. And in this, as the movie progresses itself, you can see that Theodore, he encounters a promotional video, and he sees an advertisement that he says that advertisement, it goes like this. Here, OS, I caught an intuitive entity that listens to you, understands you, and knows you. It is not just an operating system, it is consciousness. That is advertisement given in the newspaper, on Samantha. So again, that is very obvious that these are the things that we attribute to a woman, like listening, understanding, knowing. These are the qualities that are attributed to every individual since birth, irrespective of the gender, but most often in the patriarchal thoughts. So women are supposed to be listeners and men to be the commanders. So he's so happy that he buys this operating system, Samantha. Okay. And in this particular movie, we can also see the objectifying the female body and labeling them as hypersexual. And these are two prominent angles through which a female are type in the movie Samantha. And in her, the movie, we can always we can see that the perfect woman who is literally an object. So the spectators, that is when they are having a conversation, the first conversation between Samantha and Theodore, the protagonist, Samantha says, the DNA I caught, the DNA of who I am is based on the millions of personalities of all the programmers who wrote me. So the spectators of her perceive the ideal woman in Samantha as a subconscious reaction of accepting a programmed woman according to the preferences and priorities. So again, it points to the social imaginary concept. There are pertinent questions also in us. And that Laura Mulvey's argument that she says that the point here accentuated is that the programmed artificial intelligence is given a feminine voice, a female name, and feminine qualities of sexual desire, and that artificial intelligence is synonymized with the perfect woman concept of men. Because of that, that particular movie was made the movie of the year. So the boundaries that is defined by the socially construct is never dismantled. It is always just like it's being stereotyped, it's being followed. Here, okay, so let me conclude. Let me conclude the paper by just quoting Nelson Mandela. I quote: "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have emancipated from all kinds of oppression." So this is a quote that Nelson Mandela had made in the opening of the first parliament in 1994 as a part of his gender agenda. So recalling his words, I would argue women in mass media, especially films, which is known as the seventh art, in films, they spread a negative impact on society, especially when it comes to the sci-fi movies, particularly about gender constructions, and that is also a kind of oppression. So, and zillions of stories and movies are made on the man's fantasies about women, and the quest Sophia, Suri are all products of this fascination with the perfect woman. So, majority of artificial intelligence programs that showed up in movies are gendered female, and there is also an abundance of scenes in which the female AIs are literally objectified, and they just serve as the traditional vehicles for transmitting the worst, male patriarchal tendencies. So, the when it comes to the social imaginary concepts that films, through films, these ideologies have been so steeped into that we always thinking that, okay, this is quite normal. The films act as a vehicle for transmitting these ideologies to a huge number of spectators, and it's produces ideologies, and they do have a positive and a negative impact on the viewers. So just to conclude in the analysis of her, it made it transparent that that's futuristic fiction, or the sci-fi movies, which are repeatedly, they are male oriented, they are gender specific, and it's very important that for a better tomorrow, disturbance. For a better tomorrow, better movies with fruitful aims have to be produced with male and female characters are not subjugated to gender stereotyping. And we look forward to promote the creation and manifestation of genderless artificial intelligence programs, AIs, rather than gendering them as female. So in movies as well as in reality. So and I could conclude by quoting that Martin Mara, he's a robo psychologist, he stated that, "I am for more women in robotics and not for more female robots." So that genderless AIs should come in movies. That's what I like to go in.
Thank you, Arati. That was very entertaining to listen to your paper on artificial intelligence. I think it is this concept of the woman's voice in machinery, like in instruments like Siri and a continuation of the tradition of seeing machinery that make life easier as feminine. Isn't that so?
Yeah, ma'am, to a certain extent. I think that is one of the reasons.
Yeah.
Especially in this particular movie, the Samantha, the operating system, was given voice by Scarlett Johansson. And her voice is meant to be she's won the sexiest award or something. So
All
even
right.
though in the selection of voices was so particular that the filmmaker want to stress a point that okay, this be it be a woman or a female robot, women are meant to be very hypersexual. She want to objectify women to a certain extent. So there are many instances in the movie in which you can see these.
That's right. I think there's a question in the chat box. Lakshmi, can you read out the question?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Arati, Pavana Verma has asked a question. Most artificial intelligence devices tend to reinforce sexist gender stereotypes. If scientists were to take the initiative to develop a genderless robot, as a scholar from the field of humanities, what would be some of your suggestions?
Oh, Pavana, that's quite tricky. When it comes to humanoids, I think the recent one was Sam. It's believed to be a virtual politician. The name is Sam. It's found somewhere in New Zealand or somewhere, and it's said that Sam is going to contest for elections. So it doesn't have like the concept of genderless has come to that to some extent, I guess, and I don't think there are many like. It's always better for the manifestation of genderless, and I don't specifically, I don't know the answer to the question that Pavana asked, but I can just say that Sam was one example. It's not it's a virtual politician, and it's going to contest in the election by 2022. It has been said that. So something that is good for everyone. Like it's something very new to the society as such. But then stereotyping to one thing, stereotyping women to that, like even though we talk about sci-fi movies, that travel ahead of time, that talk about the futuristic innovations, amazing innovations and all, but you want a woman to be like very specific, to very center specific and things like that. That's to be changed. And because we see all these movies, these get so seeped in, this ideology gets so seeped into our veins that we also tend to think like that. That is the concept of social imagery becomes relevant. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Arati.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that lovely presentation. Now, may I now call upon Akhila you to present a paper on Voice of Queer, the story of rejection to recognition with reference to gift of goddess Lakshmi.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. My paper is titled Voice of Cure, a story of rejection to recognition with reference to a gift of goddess Lakshmi. As we all know, cure theory is a much newer theory established in the 1990s, and now it is a debatable concept. Queer theory and gender studies explore the issues of sexuality, power, and marginalized populations in literature and culture. In our society, language of rights is often spoken aloud. But what about the marginalized or queer people? Do they have access to these rights? They have to either arrive at compromise or engage in a struggle. Through this paper, I am trying to bring forth various trials and tribulations faced by those people who are still under struggle and want to come out successfully breaking the shackles of the society. The aim here is to explore the true self of the transgender community, about their struggles, social status, and also about how education has shaped them to assert their identity. This paper is an attempt to study about the plight of identity crisis in Manobi Bandyopadhyay's A Gift of Goddess Lakshmi. And Manobi Bandyopadhyay is the first trans woman principal as well as the first person to complete PhD. Her message was that education is the only solution to confront problems. She rewrote her destiny with this power of education. Not only Manobi Bandyopadhyay, there are many transgenders like K. Pradika Yashni, she is the first IPS officer, then Joida Montal, first trans civil court judge, Adam Hardy, first trans pilot, and many others struggle to come out of their restricted cage to spread out their wings to fly high. No doubt, their journey from rejection to recognition must have been very difficult. A man sometimes has to struggle to live, but for people like them, to live was to struggle and fight. The work analyzed in this paper is Manobi Bandyopadhyay's candid biography, A Gift of Goddess Lakshmi, and is written by Chimli Mukherjee Pandey, who is a journalist. And this biography, A Gift of Goddess Lakshmi, is a moving story of a transformation from a man into a woman, and it also expresses insight into the ordeals that transgender self has to encounter on a day-to-day basis. Manobi Bhattacharya was born as Somnath Bhattacharya on September 24, 1964. Manobi was born as the only son after the two daughters, so she enjoys all the privileges in her family except being herself. Manobi's metamorphosis started when she developed a love for printed frocks. She feels alienated from her body and also feels like her body has been trapped inside a mismatched body. So she developed a distaste for her genitals because she was not able to accept that balls and she wanted to have her sister's genitals. She actually loved the male organ but in others. Right from an early age, Manobi was a victim of harassment and sexual assault. She's been abused by society because she did not perform the gender which was assigned at her birth. Manobi was extremely good in her studies, and it was the only silver lining that somewhat shut. So she realized that education is the only way where she could win this unequal fight. When she joined the college, safety was just an illusion for her. They wanted to see if her hair was real or weak, and also pinned her to the wall to find out what was beneath her clothes. They even pressed her nipples so hard. One day she even felt unconscious because of the pain of hitting her chest with a paperweight. She was tormented and persecuted both physically and mentally, but still she was not ready to settle. She felt like tearing and escaping from the man's body in which she was born. Then later on, she decided to do something different and publish India's first transgender magazine, Abomano, meaning Woman. Manobi's success lay in the fact that she was able to create a space for transgender people in public life. She decided to put an end to her personal conflict and have a sex-free assignment. She did not want to be as a homosexual. No one supported her decision to have the operation. Being a parent of a transgender child is shameful and is one of the common prejudices present in the society because of which people disown their own children to suffer alone in this world. Because people see their children through the eyes of the society. It was her personal struggle and it was her personal war, and she had to fight against all odds in her life. Many days she considered she considers herself far more forced than other transgender people. Because despite all the oppositions, it was only her family who ultimately supported her and cared for her in hours of need. Then later on, she completed her PhD in 2005. In 2015, she was appointed as the principal of Nagar Women's College in Nagati Street in West Bengal. She received huge media coverage and everyone praised her rare achievement. Out of all restrictions, with family support and education, she entered into the world of reputation and fame. On Jan 9, 2015, she took charge as India's first transgender principal. Manobi made the transgender community proud and also proved that education is the most powerful and firm one with which we can fight against all odds in our life. Her story of success is like a wake-up call for society to accept the vast gender possibilities. Truly, her journey from rejection to recognition was extraordinary and courageous in a sense. After taking the charge as a principal, she resigned on September 20, non-cooperation from her colleagues. But her resignation letter was rejected by the government and she reached on accept. People might say they are ready to accept that in the mainstream, but deep down they are not ready to do so. They would be more comfortable seeing her being bowed at traffic signals and not as a principal. First of all, there needs to be more acceptance. People need to understand that there is right or wrong gender. They need to shatter the idea that there are only two genders. How far everyone is ready to accept the cross-gender possibilities? The question is still not resolved. Even when India is democratic and so-called inclusive country, the fate of minorities is left in the hands of majority, which often create more hurdles. And COVID-19 pandemic had made their life even more and more visible. For instance, there was an incident that happened in Mumbai in May 11, 2020. A 38-year-old transgender committed by hanging herself, and this was due to the shortage of money and resources for livelihood. Similarly, another incident happened in Uttar Pradesh. A 10-year-old boy was found hanging in his house because he was so ashamed for swimming because his friends called him transgender. And then in October 2020, another incident happened in Kerala where a transgender Nina Saji, a street side biryani seller, has attempted suicide for being harassed and attacked for starting ways at food vending. Maybe this incident have been everyone may be familiar about this incident. Then transgender people like her are struggling to make both ends meet. So these incidents are proof that even in this 21st century, transgender people are discriminated and marginalized. It was only after a hard battle that they gained legal recognition, a battle which was fought alone from early 90s. And even now, no one can put an end to their struggle. But amidst all this darkness, there are also so many good news. As per the latest updates, the left-front government in Kerala on Jan 18, 2020 decided to add transgender, trans men, trans women in all application forms along with the options of male and female. Kerala thus became the first state in India which declared a transgender policy. Like all other human beings, trans people are also have fundamental rights like the right to life, liberty, expression, privacy, health, speech, but constantly face denial of these rights because of their gender identity. In order to have a progressive society, it would be better to embrace every kind of sexual minorities. Being gender is the process of learning to love ourselves for who we are. So let me conclude saying that it is time to realize that every individual has equal rights and privileges. The right to equality must not be an illusion. The main objective of my paper is to assert that being a gender is an identity and not a disorder. There are also human beings like us, dreams and desires of their own. As human beings, the holders of human rights, all need to be recognized, all need to be accepted as such within the society we live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akhila. Are there any questions for Akhila from the audience, from the listeners? I suppose there are no questions for Akhila. If there's one thing I'd like, there was a slight oversight after the last paper presentation. There was one question that we overlooked. Lakshmi, can you just read out that question for Arati?
Yes, miss. Yes. Najia Nazar has asked, in the light of what Prasidam said as machines that make men's life easier is mostly feminine in nature, would you agree that cinema uses machines that conquer the humans as mostly masculine, like Entirin and The Matrix?
Yes, Najia, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Ma'am, is the question clear? Shall I read it once more?
Yeah, please read it once more.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. In the light of what Prasidam said as machines that make men's life easier is mostly feminine in nature, would you agree that cinema uses machines that conquer the humans as mostly masculine, like Entirin and The Matrix?
Definitely, definitely. I just like to point out something related to these are this Althusser, just like the French philosopher Althusser had told. It's all about, I think, these ideologies, and this ideologies manifests itself into many practices. Just like machines are just, we say, gadgets and all, it would make all these things, gadgets makes our life very easier, make us just get from make our life and like very hassle free. I think in just like in the movies just specified here, Yendiran. In those movies also, that machines have been, just the chitti, the robot. That is also a very masculine thing. It's being done. Maybe the Shankar, the director, had made it very particular, and he was so particular in using that as a masculine thing, because all the the mess and all the hello bello that the chitti does here, Maybe only because a male robot can do it or not. I think maybe that is the reason. I think Rosita ma'am can add or something like that. Ma'am, is it okay? Or Najia, is it clear? Or if you want any further clarifications, will look into it and I will just clarify your doubts.
It's all right. Okay, we'll pass on to, thank you, Arati. Thank you very much, Arati. Lakshmi, shall we pass on to the next presentation?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
All right. The next paper is co-researched by Benazir Banu and Dr. Evangeline Priscilla. The paper is a study of transiting gender roles in the novels Dealing in Dreams by Lillian Rivera. It's co-researched by Benazir Banu and Dr. Evangeline Priscilla, and I suppose Benazir Banu, Miss Benazir Banu will be presenting the paper here. Welcome, Benazir Banu.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present our paper. Dealing in Dreams by Lilian Rivera is a dystopian science fiction and belongs to the accentuating young adult genre. It is set in the futuristic world of megacity, where the entire world is destroyed due to disasters such as earthquakes. The citizens of the megacity believe that the reason for human downfall were men because they ruined everything they had ahead. The world gets a chance to rebuild their social rules and as well as social dynamics, and patriarchy is flipped. The gender roles are reversed and women are in charge of the world. As female domination prevails in megacity, the readers follow the main characters, Chief Roka, who oversees an all-girl gang. In this futuristic world, the streets are patrolled by girl gang, and girls from a very young age, such as 7, are trained in centers that would make them physically strong and tough. They are taught how to fight and are prepared for a world that they would protect and entertain through fighting matches that they would take place in a big arena, which is a major part of the culture of the world. If girls failed in this training school, then the opportunities left for them would be as factory workers and other menial jobs. The goal of Chief Roka is to enter the mega tower where the elites belong in megacity, and the only way to go there is to literally fight her way up to the top. Men in this world are treated as second class citizens where they do not get trained to fight. The choices given to men are working in factories or to serve women. If they are attractive, then they would get to be a part of the boy gang called Boy Degas, which is like a nightclub where they will entertain and pleasure women. The reason for people to go along this regime is because they have developed a dream capsule where people are sent into a dream state of their own. This helps the citizen to tolerate the events in megacity, but the downside is that the dream capsule is addictive. The story is narrated from the perspective of a 16-year-old Nala, who's Chief Roka, the leader of the fiercest all-gang crew, who makes questionable choices as part of a goal. As the reader follows her journey, they would understand that in terms of gender discrimination, it is impossible to fix one extreme by going to the other extreme, as any imbalance among gender in society might cause an issue. And as effects of social construction, gender subversion is explored through the eyes of youth, and this paper aims at preceding the study of transiting gender roles in the novel Dealing in Dreams by Lilian Rivera. And I have used certain concepts to explore this novel, such as gender construction by Judith Butler, psychoanalysis by Juliet Michel, the concept of carnival and carnivalesque by Michael Buckton, and interpretation of dreams by Freud. So as a young adult novel, we could see that this is one of the first young adult novel that has Latino heritage and Spanish history. When we talk about novels that has dystopian roots and things like that, it is predominantly a not even male, a white dominated place where the characters are white, the actions are also relates to white problem or white supremacy. But over here, Rivera is making that flip, because young adult novel mostly focus on connecting with the readers and making them a better person in their society, and without proper character understanding, it is difficult for Latino students to connect with their characters and understand the events that are happening. And Riveria is bringing that change by making the characters as Latino descendants. The boy gang name is also Latino. The girl gang name is also from Latino and Spanish. So through this, she's presenting a. I'm sorry, I got stuck. Hello?
It's okay, ma'am. You can take your time. Yes.
I'm really sorry. My page got flipped. That's why. So she's placing a representation by bringing in Latino history and Latino descendants. And then we talk about gender construction. Judith Butler states that gender is something that's not natural. It's been created. We are hardwired so much so that we will think that this is the reality. There is nothing. We follow the given set of rules and we start to imagine that this is the given reality. And in terms of dealing in dreams, the main character also thinks the same way. For her, she always seen women as to be strong, women as someone who reject their femininity. They look down on beauty. They think that beauty is a waste of time. They hate expressing their emotions. And Chief Roka is a product of time. She also does the same thing. She refuses to express her emotion and she looks down on men. And in terms of psychoanalysis, Juliet Michel says that language is phallocentric. Phallocentric meaning it is predominantly male dominated. Every word is controlled by male. So even if a woman wants to express herself, she has to express only in terms of a from male language. So through this literary text asks this questions that so in a male dominated language or in a phallocentric language, what is the job of women writers and women and activists? Because there is no space for them to express their actual opinions. And that is the place where dealing in dreams and a dystopian world comes in. In an article called A Raising Generation Women in Power in Young Novels by Catherine Cowley, she states that teenage girls often have little power in their lives, both secular and religious communities circumscribe what they can do and what they can dream of being. Philosopher Michael Timing suggests that when we dismiss young adult novels, we often justify it by claiming that the works are defective and inferior, yet what we are truly demonstrating is that we dislike young adult and find the teenage experience as repulsive. We trivialize young women and mock their lack of power when we look down on literature that could empower them. Here, Juliet Michel proclaims that there is deception in woman writer novel as she is expressing herself from the boundaries given by the patriarchal society. She is expressing herself with a mark of hindrance, further limiting the effectiveness of her message. Through the discourse of history, women accept and reject the organization of the patriarchal realm. Here, she uses masculine language and places her argument in the constructed world. Though it is masculine language, at the end of the day, she has gained an audience. So, to talk about female history, an alternative universe have to be created. Dealing in Dreams by Lilian Riveria is that alternative universe. Though it could be presented in a phallocentric language, it creates a space to represent woman's dream and her fantasy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benazir. That was a very enlightening paper on dystopian fiction and what would happen in a world where we're just inhabited only by females. Now we have a sort of a crunch for time. If there are any questions, I think we can pass on the questions to the paper to the scholars online. Can we do that, Lakshmi?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
I think we are short of time here. We are overstepping the time limit. Okay, shall I call the final scholar?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I may now call Leena R. Pillai to present her paper on the
Yes, ma'am.
Great Indian Kitchen, an assault on the patriarchal power structure of Indian families. Leena R. Pillai, welcome.
Respected Chair Dr. Prasida Verma, respected teachers, and all my dear friends. My paper is The Great Indian Kitchen, an assault on stereotypical gender roles and the patriarchal power structure of Indian families. The 20th century has witnessed dramatic social changes in terms of gender equality, and yet the goal of complete gender equality has not been achieved. Gender stereotypes often act as impediments to women's career advancements. Stereotypical attributes of gender are internalized by men and women, which often affect their perceptions of themselves. Gender stereotypes originate from the disproportionate distribution of men and women into social roles, both in family and at work. There has long been a division of labor on the basis of gender, which has existed in primitive as well as modern societies. In families, majority of the routine domestic work and caretaker roles have been performed by women, and at workplace, women have been restricted from competitive occupations which have traditionally been occupied by men. The discrepancy in the distribution of men and women into social roles and its implications have given rise to stereotypical conceptions of gender. Since gender is the most noticeable aspect of an individual, gender stereotypes are particularly influential, or in other words, gender is a focal point for stereotypical thinking. Men are usually seen to exercise more power within marital relationships. Gender roles are one way of expressing such power in violent marriages in which men are seen as more powerful and violent and women as the less powerful and abused. The Great Indian Kitchen is a 2021 Malayalam movie written and directed by Geo Baby with the leading roles performed by Nimisha Sajayan and Suraj Venyaramud. The story revolves around the life of a newly married woman who struggles with the patriarchal norms and expectations of a conservative Kerala Hindu family. In spite of being educated, she is forced to give up her dreams and passions in order to be accepted as an ideal wife. The movie attempts to subvert the patriarchal power structure of Indian families in various manners. The conventional practices of filmmaking are sabotaged. The movie begins by thanking science instead of following the convention of thanking God. In the movie, the kitchen is represented as a wretched zone solely occupied by women. The kitchen and dining area of a typical middle-class Kerala family are picturized in a meticulous manner. The blocked kitchen sink filled with filthy waste, the linen sack that is used to absorb the leaked water from the sink, the dirty dining table with spat out food waste, and the stinking smell of uncleaned dishes represent the life of a typical middle-class Kerala woman. The movie presents the bedroom and kitchen in a middle-class family as undemocratic zones where nothing is equally shared, and analyzes the social credentials by which these become places of intrusion and unilateral exercise of power. The privileges enjoyed from time to time have made men think of the kitchen as an alien territory to which they need not enter. While the heroine is presented as being discontented with her plight as a kitchen worker, we see three other women working in the same kitchen without any resentment. The mother-in-law, who is a postgraduate, works day and night in the kitchen as part of the habits and customs followed over the years and as part of her obligation towards her husband. However, she does not insist that her daughter-in-law should follow her path. Another woman character, the aunt, is very particular about following the patriarchal traditions and customs of the family. She is the representative of the majority of Indian women who think and act within the patriarchal framework. Without being aware of it, she becomes the advocate of the pernicious patriarchal consciousness of a typical middle-class Indian family. The servant woman works in the same kitchen without any objection because it is a source of income for her. This can be read in connection with the recent observation of the Supreme Court on the matter of providing salary to housewives. The movie strongly denounces the male hypocrisy, which shows two different faces inside and outside the family. The hero, who is a teacher, believes that no manners are to be practiced inside home while he exhibits excellent table manners at hotels. The movie attacks the male consciousness which is prejudiced against women who have liberal perspectives on sexuality and who are more expressive in respect of their sexuality. In the climactic scene of the movie, the heroine pours the filthy water from the kitchen sink over her tyrannical husband, which has been interpreted by various critics as an assault on the male ego and as a subversion of the patriarchal power structure of Indian families. The movie deals with sensitive issues like the Shabarimala verdict and menstruation stigma and has opened up heated debates and controversies on social media platforms. The gender politics of man-woman relationships in Indian families is dealt with in a tangible manner in the movie. With this, I'm concluding this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leena.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Your analysis of a very popular movie that is trending now. That was quite a comprehensive analysis of the movie. But I would also like to add a point that there is also a mention, a reference to benevolent sexism in the movie, because the people in the movie do not force her to do anything. They just ask her, or they just hint that good women do this, or imagine the father, the very polite way of asking the woman to do things. For example, the cooking of rice in the pressure cooker.
Yes, yes,
and just ask her to use firewood from tomorrow onwards instead of using the gas stove. That's, I think I saw, that's a trace of benevolent sexism in the movie.
Yes,
thank you very much, Leena. And as I said previously, if there are questions to be asked, that will be sent directly to you. I think there is a question here in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am, we are having questions. Shall I read it?
Yeah. Just one question. You can allow one question.
Yes. The servant woman is accepting to do the work because it is a source of income for her. But is that really so? Or is it because she doesn't enjoy the privilege the educated upper middle class woman like Nimisha enjoys?
Okay, that is also there. But it's mainly because she is paid for that work. That makes her do that work without any objection. That's what I could understand from the movie. Also, the education, that is, it is the education that makes the heroine character, that makes her think more about freedom and all. That's also there. It's the education that makes her liberated. She's very frustrated that she's not able to exhibit any of her talents or knowledge, and she's deteriorated to the level of a servant or a house worker.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. We have another question. The father-in-law in the movie uses a smartphone but is firmly against the use of mixers, grinders, or even washing machines. What is your say in this attitude?
Can you please repeat that question?
Yes, ma'am. The father-in-law in the movie uses a smartphone but is firmly against the use of mixers, grinders, or even washing machines. What is your say in this attitude?
This is a very wrong attitude. Uh, the father-in-law believes that women are meant to be, they are bound to suffer. His attitude is like that. But he uses very polite language to address, she calls her mole and all, and in a very tactic way, he's making her do all these things. And he's not at all concerned about her sufferings, and he's not able to think from her perspective. That is what we can understand from his attitude.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Leena.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we'll have to wind up this very interesting session where we explored popular tropes in the Indian film industry to portrayal of casteism and gender disparity in the various papers presented. All papers, I must say, were very engaging, very entertaining, and informative, most importantly. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. I must also thank the coordinators of this international conference on feminism post 1990s for allowing me or for giving me a chance to chair this very interesting session. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Lakshmi, you can now wind up the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Srimati R. Prasida Verma, and all the presenters for such an interesting and fruitful session. And thank you, participants, for your questions, which made the session more insightful. I now invite Ms. Lakshmi S., first MA English student of SD College, Alapura, to propose the vote of thanks.
Vote of thanks or no?
Yes, ma'am, we are having a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for the tech session 4 of the two-day virtual international conference on gender studies post-1990s, technological encounters and narratives of empowerment, jointly organized by the postgraduate department of the Sanatana Dharma College, Alapura, Kerala, and Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. First of all, I express a heartfelt gratitude to our dear teacher, Srimati R. Prasida Verma, former Associate Professor, Head of Department of English, SD College, Alapura, who chaired the session and with her presence made the session a pleasant one. I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to the most important contributors of the session, Ms. Haripriya VT, Ms. Gina Johnson, Ms. Arati S., Ms. Akhila U, Ms. Benazir Bhanu, and Dr. Evangeline Priscilla, and Ms. Leena R. Pillai for their erudite presentations. Now, I thank Ms. Lakshmi J. Mohan, first year MA English student, SD College Alapura, the moderator of the session. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to all the student organizers, the faculty and staff of SD College Alapura and the Beti Bachao Abhiyan, Department of Students Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for all their valuable efforts extended towards the materialization of this international conference. I thank all the participants who put forward their questions and made the discussion a fruitful one. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who attended the session and contributed to its success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi. Great, thank you everyone. With that, we have come to the end of today's deliberation. We had 2 plenary sessions today which were truly insightful and relevant. We appreciate you being here and it was nice to hear your thoughts and opinions. So we hope to see you tomorrow where we'll be having 2 plenary sessions by Ms. Priyanti Fernando, Executive Director of International Women's Rights Action Watch Asia Pacific, and by Dr. Swapna Gopinath, Associate Professor of Film and Cultural Studies at Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication, Pune. Valedictory session will be addressed by Dr. J. Devika, Professor at Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Kindly join the session by 9:30 a.m. using the link provided in our Telegram group. I would like to conclude the session with a quote by Malala Yousafzai. When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you all.